Okay, good morning, everybody. If everyone could take a seat. Welcome to the May 23rd Planning Board meeting. If everyone could stop talking for a minute. I learned yesterday that we have a hard cutoff at 2:30 today, so I want to make sure we can get through our agenda. So again, welcome to the May 23rd meeting. We'll start with city attorney updates and swearing into the public.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, members of the board. Today's meeting of the Planning Board will be conducted in a hybrid format with members of the board physically present in the commission chambers at Miami Beach City Hall and applicants, staff, and members of the public appearing either in person or virtually via Zoom. To participate virtually in today's meeting, members of the public may dial 1-877-853-5257 and enter the webinar ID, which is 861-4342-6327#, or log into the Zoom app and enter the webinar ID, which again is 861-4342-6327. Anyone wishing to speak on an item must click the raise hand icon in the Zoom app or by dialing *9 if they're participating by phone. Next, I'd like to read the city's notice regarding lobbyist registration. If you're appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you need to register as a lobbyist with the city clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should register before you speak to the board. You don't have to register as a lobbyist if you're speaking only on behalf of yourself and not any other party, or if you're testifying as an expert witness providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public meeting, or if you're appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance, to express support of or opposition to any item. Expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their name, address, and the principal on whose behalf they are communicating. If you're an architect, attorney, or employee representing an applicant or an objector, you must register as a lobbyist. These rules apply whether you're appearing in favor of an item or against an item, or encouraging or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. And lastly, I'd like to swear in any members of the public or staff who will be testifying today. Please raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Can I get one of the board members to make a motion to approve the minutes from the April 25 meeting?
Motion to approve.
Second?
I'll second.
Okay. Anyone opposed? Okay. Approve the after action report. Okay, we're going to move the discussion item to the end, so we will start with a previously continued item, Planning Board File 230572, 1501 Collins Avenue.
Okay, this is, as mentioned previously, continued item. This is an application for a modification to a previously modified conditional use permit. Specifically, the applicant's requesting to change the name of the owner and the operator of in the conditional use permit. It was continued last month because the applicant wished to provide additional documents because they had obtained information regarding their operator. So they're here before you today. The change would be to condition number 1, and basically that strikes out the current owner-operator, which is Bancroft Oceans 5 Holdings LLC, and it's replaced with 1501 Collins LLC as the owner, and LDV 1501 Manager LLC and TCM Miami LLC as the operators of the neighborhood impact establishments. So those are the only changes. Staff recommends that the planning board approve the modified conditional use permit subject to the conditions in the draft order.
Okay, I know there's people speaking on this, but I think I mentioned this last meeting. To me, whether an application is defective or not is something for you all to determine. So are you satisfied the application is now proper and no defects?
Yes.
You are, okay.
Yes, and Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to add that the applicant has provided additional ownership disclosures for the two operator entities, and the board asked at the last meeting whether that change would require a renotice. We reviewed the notice for this application, and it did not require a change to the description of what's before you, so a renotice was not required. We've also distributed an additional ownership affidavit that was provided by the applicant, and I have copies on the lectern, and this confirms that any natural person with a 5% or greater interest in any of the entities before you have been disclosed, and that there are no individuals who hold a 5% or greater interest who've been omitted.
Okay, was this shared with Mr. Stoller?
Yes, via email.
Okay, great. Okay, who's going to speak first? Well, why don't we let the applicant go and then, yeah. Thanks, Henry.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tracy Slavens. My address is 3800 Northeast First Avenue, Suite 200. I'm joined here by Rory Greenberg on behalf of ownership. We represent 1501 Collins LLC. We have met extensively with staff and with the city attorney's office, and we agree with their conclusions. We have provided them all additional information that they have requested, and we're excited to update our board order so that we can get this project open and successfully operating to change the face of Ocean Drive.
Yeah, Rory Greenberg, 660 South Shore Drive. Not much to add. We went extensively through this process last time. We worked with the neighbors. We have a private agreement with the condo we share a property with that's been recorded that of hours of operations, occupancy. Our operators are here to introduce themselves if necessary and let everybody know that we're going to follow our CUP and we're excited to get going and here for any questions.
Thank you. Thank you both. Henry?
And before we open to the public, do any board members have any disclosures to make since the last time this was heard?
I went back and forth with emails with Henry, and also I spoke privately with Rory and Tracy.
Okay. Anyone else?
Joe? John? Anybody else? Okay.
Okay.
Henry Stoller, 1500 Ocean Drive. Today, in the context of this application, I want to speak to you about your role as planning board members. State statute and city code invests a great deal of authority in you. You are a quasi-judicial body whose decisions can seldom be reversed. Those attributes of the planning board are your core, fundamental, foundational authority, and they impart to you the most important quality of all, the quality of independence. You hear and you receive advice from many public and private sources. But after receiving that advice, you are authorized to make decisions based upon your independent conclusions as long as your decisions are supported by substantial evidence. Mr. Chair, I want to address at the outset the brief colloquy you had with the city attorney. You are not, in my opinion, bound by the attorney of the planning board. It's appropriate advice, but they are not definitive where no particular expertise is required, as is the case plainly here, and as I hope to demonstrate. I ask that you look independently at this application. The deficiencies and the omissions are pure simplicity. There is nothing in the application's glaring deficiencies that requires scholarship or expertise or advice from anyone. You need no help or consultation to look at this application's failings and to see it is shot through with deficiencies to an extent that it is fatally defective. You need to act, I suggest to you, independently based upon your own knowledge. So you know where I'm going with this presentation. Here is the bottom line, the relief that I seek. I am trying here to reach a middle ground. I'm not seeking a denial of the application, which would require a complete new filing, and there are ample grounds for that. There are also ample grounds for renoticing by reason of the sudden appearance of two new companies which have belatedly appeared and are trying to ride the coattails of the main applicant. But I do not seek a renoticing either. I seek only an order by you to the three applicant companies to file a complete and responsive application to be heard at your June 27th meeting. There will be absolutely no prejudice whatsoever to these three applicants. They have waited almost 21 months since the property was transferred before seeking this authorization, and they have waited those 21 months solely for their own convenience. The code anticipates efforts that are reflected in this application. 118-193 says, "No application shall be considered complete until all requested information has been submitted. There's no uncertainty about the word complete. There's no uncertainty about the word all. You don't need any help in this area from anyone in order to make that judgment. I am distributing to you my markup of 4 pages of this application, pages 1, 2, 6, and 7, to demonstrate that the application screams that it is incomplete.
Have you shared this with them? Thanks. I mean, a cell phone number.
Same one as the meeting in person.
So, beginning on page 1, the applicant looks at the form and says, no, I don't think I'll furnish that cell phone number. Page 2, the applicant looks at it and says, no, I'm going to skip project information. No, I'm going to skip party responsible for project design. I'm going to skip cell phone number 2. I'm going to skip the 3rd cell phone and the 4th cell phone. We get to page 6, the disclosure of interest. Clear language developed who knows when, Jose Smith, Gary Held, I don't know, but it goes way, way back. Disclose the identity of the individual, natural persons having the ultimate ownership interest in the property, in the entity. Addresses are simply omitted. We don't feel like furnishing addresses, so we're not going to give you the addresses, period. Similarly, on the trust, I have taped in there this notation that simply left blank. I don't like this page. I'm not going to fill it out, period. Even though it's disclosed that there are, in fact, 3 trusts that are owners. The application form is not intended to be a cafeteria or a buffet or a Swedish smorgasbord. I think I'll have the sardines, but not the herring. No, that's not what an application is about. Think of how many dozens, perhaps hundreds of application forms there are in this building. What if everyone from the most serious and potentially dangerous area of building permit applications all the way down to Lincoln Road artist vendors and street performers, if they all decided, well, you know, there are several parts of this application I don't think are right. I'm not going to fill them out. Instead of filing an amended, fully integrated application that satisfies the requirement of a complete application, the applicant has used the back door of an unsworn, unnotarized letter of intent to attempt to insert into the record from out in left field the 2 operator companies that until very recently were strangers to this file. Instead of filing a complete integrated application, the applicant ignores the clear requirements on the form's pages 6 and 7, and it says clearly disregard all the entities, furnish individuals, names, addresses, and ownership percentages. As a purported substitute for compliance with those exceedingly simple and clear disclosure requirements, the applicant, and I think I probably will guess as to why they did not present their slides, because they have taken that unreadable, impenetrable attachment of ownership and developed it into 6 slides, which is full of 2-point type and which has green boxes. And that's supposed to make clear what they tried to squish into the one application at the end. So here's the slide presentation not presented. The applicant simply sends in random pieces of paper. More recently, a so-called supplementary ownership affidavit is filed. It is a marvel. The so-called authorized representative of one applicant purports to make representations about the other 2 applicants, representations that can only be made by the other 2 applicants. As a further example of unconnected pieces of paper that just suddenly are brought here by the wind, purported disclosures of interest were filed on another day by the two operator entities. Those two operator entities are the ones that really count. This project is authorized to have a total occupancy of 1,913 people and 8 restaurants and bars with a total of 1,079 seats, 553 of which are outside.
One more minute, Henry. One more
Thank you.
minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Those two entities are the ones with responsibility to assure that the multifaceted project proposed here operates as authorized and does not impinge upon the quality of life of the 3 residential towers across the street. What these two operator entities have tried to engraft upon the owner's application instead of filing their own applications is woefully incomplete and haphazard. So what do we know about these two critically important operator entities? They have now reached the ripe old age of 5 weeks, having been simultaneously organized under Delaware law on April 18th, 2023. The choice of Delaware, of course, means being subject to the lowest level of corporate disclosure requirements in the United States. Apart from the pure puffery and advertising in the second amended letter of intent, we know nothing else about the two operator entities. Concluding, there is nothing complex here. As planning board members, you are independent. You do not need and are not bound by anybody's advice about something as plain and simple and clear as a complete application requirement. You have before you my markup showing you how incomplete the application is. For the process to mean anything at all you need to do is order the applicant to file a complete and compliant application in time for consideration at the June meeting at absolutely no prejudice whatsoever to the applicant. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members.
Thank you. Is there anyone on Zoom?
I assume you wanted us to reply, but you.
Give me 1 second.
We have no hands raised on Zoom.
All right, is there anybody else in the, you're here to speak on this? All right, why don't we let them hear, and then I'll let you guys respond to everything. Go ahead. Okay, and you understand this is a change of ownership application. This isn't about the project. Okay.
Hi, I'm Irene Bigger. I also live at 1500 Ocean Drive. I'm one of the board members, and the reason I'm here is I'm here to support our neighbors in what they're doing. I consider, Henry a friend and neighbor, but I just want to attest to 2 facts. From a professional standpoint, as a board member, I have to say that what we are seeing here today is typical of what we see with a lot of what, the way we try to function as a board and with the membership at 1500. And I respect Henry's intelligence and thoroughness, but my question is, to what end? He seems to be going into the weeds on everything that we do, and he's doing this here. And I understand and I respect, the points, but I'm asking the board here to look at everything you've looked at thus far up to now and decide whether you want to further postpone a project that the board has worked very hard on the last couple of years. We worked with our neighbors with the CUP that we are very proud of. We all share the same space, and we want their success just as much as we want our.
So you're supportive of the application?
We are very supportive,
Okay.
and just, in summation, we do support, what they are doing. We worked very hard. We got into the weeds of the CUP that we do expect them to abide by. And since then, they have been very good neighbors in terms of our discussions on the renovation projects that we both are going to be going through. And I guess what I'm asking is, overall, do we want to continue postponing this project based on these very, very minor details? Or do we want to accept it and then work after the fact to try to, continue doing this in the best way that we can? So I thank you for your time. I just wanted to.
Thank you for coming
Hey,
and
Irene, I have a
speaking.
question. Are you involved in this project? Any financial interest?
No, not at all.
Okay, so I was wondering, why do you guys want it to move forward as opposed to the status quo?
We're sitting next to an empty building, and we believe that, our quality of life will be improved by having, it occupied with, good restaurants, and we hope leased out to responsible tenants, and, for those reasons, simply.
And you're on the board of 1500?
Yes, I am
Great,
on the board,
okay.
secretary of the board.
Great, thank you so much.
Okay.
Anyone else?
Thank you.
Okay.
My name is Ines Flax, and I also live at 1500 Ocean Drive. I've been at 1500 Ocean Drive for about 25 years. And I'm also on the board. I'm the vice president of the board. I was president for the last 2 years. And as I just want to resonate what Irene was doing, we've been very supportive of this project, and we'd like to see it move forward. And there's been just too many delays. They've been waiting on their permits for more than 2 years now. And I think that there's too much bureaucracy in the city on these permits, and you need to look into streamlining, this permit process, so we can get good businesses here. Because for 2 years, more than 2 years since they started their permit, it's sat there empty, and it's costing them a lot of money. So I think that you need to be considerate, of all those facts. And we do want to see this project move forward and not delay any longer. Like Irene says, and they own it for more than 2 years, but it's been a sore in the neighborhood for like 5 years. Before they came on board, there was no one responsible for this property, and it was in terrible shape, filled with, drug addicts, homeless, and at least it's now fenced, and we don't have those issues, but we definitely want to see this move forward.
Thank you for your time. Anybody else? Okay. Henry, I do want to point out, I'm going to let them speak, but, one of on the page where you say things were admitted, they say, please see attached. And I think a lot of that is rectified on here, but let me let them present. And
I'll start. I don't know if we necessarily need to respond. I just want to be available to you guys if you have any questions about the application or whatnot. I think, we're here to follow our original planning board order, which was a lengthy process that we all came to agreement on, even a private agreement. It's recorded against the property. I think you've heard from the board members of next door. We're good neighbors. We live in Miami Beach. We're, disclosing everything that we need to, that's appropriate. So if you guys have any questions for us, we're here to answer questions. We have the operators in the room. Anything you guys need from us, but I'm not really sure we have too much to say at this point.
okay.
I do feel the need to just respond on the points, and I'll make it very quick. So with this application, we are not changing anything in the design. We're not touching anything that's been approved by the Planning Board or the Historic Preservation Board. So there's no project information necessarily to give. That's irrelevant to the purpose of this application. We are only here to establish the new owner and the new operators. And to that point, the information that's requested on pages 6 and 7 relate to the property owner. And so we have provided all of the required information for the property owner in the attachments that were scanned and included as part of the application form when they were submitted and resubmitted. If there's an issue with the forms, that's something that the administration will need to determine and revise for future applications. But as Nick and Rogelio have both said, we've satisfied the criteria for the application, and it is deemed legally sufficient. It was properly noticed, and we are here today before you with a complete application. So we can answer any questions about the entities or the ownership or the operators. The operators were just recently added, so that was why we deferred last month, because we were waiting for the documentation to be complete so that we could present to you all of the information about who will own and operate this beautiful new building. And so they are here if you have any questions for them. But otherwise, we feel that we have satisfied the criteria required for this application today. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to close the... All right, 1 minute, Henry, but don't regurgitate what you've already are. If it's something new, fine.
I
But-
promise not to.
Okay.
Just remember, Mr. Chairman, when we reopen the public hearing, that we should afford the applicant an opportunity for additional rebuttal.
Yeah.
This will be brief, Mr. Chair. I'm not here to quarrel with the project. I am the de facto father of the legislation and the referendum that authorized the project. The building is a disaster. It needs the project. It was defeated at the polls one year. The following year, I visited all the important not-for-profits in town and said, get behind this legislation. Unless they are authorized by a zoning law amendment to put the floors back in, this property can't be used. So the issue is not the project. The issue is, what is the plain meaning of the word complete? What is the plain meaning of the word cell phone? What is the plain meaning of the word address? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. You know,
Just available for questions.
okay. Any
Yeah.
questions from the
Yeah, I
board?
do. I take Henry serious. He was a planning board member for 8 years. I love detail, Henry, just like you. We're not used to these kinds of pushbacks and complaints. Usually it has to do with number of seats, outdoor speakers, hours of operation for alcohol. So this is the first time, I'm really looking at these applications. Rory, is the last four letters, numbers of your cell phone 1136? I've had your cell phone number for many, many years. Why didn't you fill that in?
My cell phone number is the disclosed number in there. It's my work number and my cell phone. It covers both, so.
Oh, okay. So Henry, did you understand that? Many
I
times
put it
their
under
business
phones,
phone.
it's my business phone. It's also
Many
my cell
times,
phone.
no, I don't,
Yeah.
I just want to, if that's true, Henry, then their business phone is their cell phone. So that's
I don't
okay
have a
with
desk
me.
phone at all.
Okay, no, Henry,
Okay.
you can't speak from there. You gotta.
Yeah, I
Now
don't
it's-
have a desk
the
phone, so
public
that's
hearing's
my phone.
closed.
Okay, that's fine. Does the project include interior or exterior demolition?
Not today. That interior and exterior demolition is previously approved. That is not what we're asking for today.
It's not a part of today's application. The project historically was approved.
Well,
for
it's a
that.
part of the form to fill out. So it does include interior and exterior demolition. So I'm just going to check off yes. Is there an existing building on the site?
Yes.
Okay, I'll check off yes. I mean, you see how easy this is? There's just like 4 questions here that you didn't answer.
So Gail, the way, historically, and the way we've worked with the city on many of these over the years is we applied, we got everything approved. We're coming back just to address what we needed to so we're not actually, that's.
Well, you are
it's not
coming
part of
back
today's application.
because you want your cup. Is that correct? They want the same
We already have
cup.
a CUP. We're just
They already have a
disclosing
CUP. This is simply a change of ownership. Don't get it confused with the CUP, the project. It's nothing to do with that today.
So, Nick, so they're coming back because it's a change of ownership. So why do you need us here?
It's a good question. We've talked.
Because the board order specifically required the planning board to approve a change of ownership.
We always have.
And we, at this time, can we change the cup?
No.
What you're what's the only thing that's before you is the change of the owner and operator.
Okay, I understand.
So that's why the application's filled out that way, because we're applying for just to disclose the ownership change and the operation change and nothing
Then,
else.
Nick, maybe this application needs to be changed. It can't be universal for new applications, change of ownership applications. I don't know if that's true.
I would
But
just-
maybe it's just something to look at, that's all I'm saying.
I would just point you to the first page of the application where, under planning board, where it says modification of existing board order, that box was correctly checked. So the application's properly before you.
Sorry, and what Henry gave us with all the red marks, they don't have to fill that out? It says, provide the total floor area of the new construction. I mean, why are they given this form to fill out if they don't have to fill it out?
The broad range of applications that this board and the other 3 boards review requires a form that can accommodate different types of applications. So the reason why, demolition is not checked or existing building is not checked is because that's not what's before you today. The only thing that's before you is a change of owner or operator.
Okay, but I understand why there is confusion, and if that's true, then I'm okay with it.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah, I have a tremendous amount of respect for Mr. Stoller, what he's done, your contribution to our city. On a technical matter like this, I believe it is appropriate to refer to legal and city staff on this. You know, for as long as I've lived in Miami Beach, you hear about the bureaucracy of the permitting process and things like that, and it's an economic disadvantage to us. You see businesses going across the bay for a more streamlined process, so I don't want to be part of holding that up if legal and staff are opining on that. To the applicant, the one thing that I will mention, I'm supportive of the project, is the neighborhood seems to be in unanimous support about it. I do believe that that area needs activation. One friendly request that I would have, obviously feel free to ignore this, but the beautification of the area of the building, I'm not sure about what your timeline is, but I did a site visit just personally to see that. I do think that it would be fair to the neighbors, to the neighborhood, to the city as a whole, if we could just work on minor beautification until you start that process, whether it be flowers or something along those lines in the public rights of way area.
Anything else? Tanya?
There's no question that we are all supportive of the project. We were when you initially came to us. And Henry, I especially am very concerned about the slippery slope and setting precedent. So I understand where your concerns are coming in. And I also understand that you have one form that's supposed to cover all eventualities. So we are here at a bit of an impasse. I think to hold this project up further is not ideal for anybody, but to leave this form as it is going forward is also not ideal for anybody, because, Henry, you point out some reasonable things. So as with other things that we've discussed on the planning board, sometimes things just need to be updated, right? So now a lot of people only have one phone, whether it's a desk phone in an office or a cell phone in your pocket. You know, it sounds silly, but maybe we just update the form to reflect that, so there are then no omissions that can cause alarm, because you don't know if it's an omission because there is only one phone, or it's an omission because somebody's trying to slide something by, right? So I think those are valid comments, and a quick form update is not, it's not super onerous to do if we look at it going forward. I do have, just so I can understand correctly, the reason why the project information and party responsible for project design was not included in this particular application was because that had already been completed at a prior.
Based on the nature of the application. The
Okay,
application is
so-
not for the project, it's just for disclosure of ownership and disclosure.
Understood. So you could have technically just checked off the boxes and put in the information, but it was kind of irrelevant to your way of thinking because that had already been done.
That's correct.
So again, maybe a form update prospectively could be project information,
If necessary.
if applicable, if there are any changes, so that, again, it's not seen as an omission because somebody is trying to get away with something. It's just this part has already been done, and we're only doing the part, we're only disclosing the part that is new. The third and fourth page that Henry passed out was, that's what has been rectified by these pages, right?
Correct.
Yes, and that information is supplemental, so the pages that he passed out only ask for owner information. We not only provided ownership information, but we also provided all of the full disclosures required for the operators as well.
Okay, so the questions I have about this is, this and the trust situation, because the disclosure of interest trustee, I think that there are 3 trusts.
But the owner is an LLC. So this form is meant for disclosure of the owner entity, right, which is 1501 Collins LLC, and then we attached all of the additional information in the form of a chart
Right.
that breaks down
Who falls into which.
exactly,
Yeah,
and
that
who
goes
the
back to the
ultimate
natural
It's
individual.
like
person.
the most complicated org chart ever.
I've seen worse.
Yes, we all have.
But I think Tanya, it's the nature of the application as well, because for us, it's just lines, right? So to disclose how a complicated structure, which is actually just simply how it's owned, would be disclosed in lines would be a lot more confusing than if you do it in the map where you could actually trace. If we had to write and then write another layer, there's kind of really no way to describe it without being more confusing. than
Okay.
just giving you a map to follow to the natural
So,
person, which
okay,
is.
but in theory, you could have done, this part, which is good, but also put in the org chart so that people who wanted to could then sit and,
It makes it so much easier than attempting to do it in words, that you could just follow the lines to the natural person
Right, but
versus
you
trying to
could-
say
you
this
could-
into that.
It's there.
On lines, it would be virtually
okay, so
impossible.
both the org chart and were submitted in supplemental. Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
So then, why was it submitted in supplemental as opposed to having been part of the original application?
It was originally submitted as part of the application. Then we added the disclosures, the org charts for the operators because we added them last month. So that's what was supplementally submitted. And then Henry asked us to provide the addresses of everyone, so we brought those today.
Okay,
So Tanya, this was all, our original application, because it was in front of the board, was deemed sufficient last time. We were asked for additional information. Because the additional information came so close to the last board hearing, we pushed a month to satisfy any concerns that it was too soon. And then as the last month went on, there was additional meetings and conversations, and we just kept giving additional information to attempt to go as far as we can to satisfy any potential questions of everybody.
okay, so what I'm hearing is that the submission forms could be updated to help ameliorate this process going forward, so that that we don't face a situation where there is a perception of something having been omitted or forgotten or, overlooked.
Yeah, and I think at the end of the day, if you listen, and we worked very closely with staff and legal in the city for many years, for them to try to specifically make each form for each type of hearing, there'd be
No,
thousands of forms.
No, I
Obviously,
understand
a
that, and we.
optional, if necessary type thing. I think, they work very hard. They do a great job, and
No,
I think it's
and I
important
agree. They do.
to find a middle ground where it's not like Roheo could create 975 forms for each potential situation.
Nobody's asking for
Right.
that at all. It's more of a question of, if applicable, or if a new permit, or if not applicable, NA, or something like that, so that there can be this sense when somebody is reviewing this, that everything has been done the way it's supposed to. And it's just adding a couple of words here or there. We're not suggesting a new form, a new
Makes-
process,
Yeah,
anything.
makes sense to us, and we
It
fill that one out too.
seems, I can't speak to the trust disclosure versus the LLC thing. I am not a trained lawyer. I will have to defer to you all collectively to opine on whether that is sufficient. But it seems like for purposes of this project, the information is available. Maybe just to check the last box, we can determine whether or not there are additional cell phones that could be added in case anybody needs them. But if they're not, because like they have one phone number, you just write a NA or put the number in the second box, the way we do on our tax forms or whatever. And we try to take a look at the form template that we have and tweak it very slightly to provide a little more guidance going forward, and we move on. Point very well taken, though, to, Henry, the work that you've done is important, because we do have situations where things get overlooked or fall through the cracks, or somebody uses a poor precedent to do something that isn't in the best interest of the city. In this case, my view is that that is not what is intended, and that the content has been addressed. So I hope that you feel like, between that and making some tweaks going forward to the form to make it crystal clear, that everybody feels like they're getting what they need out of this.
Great. Okay, Melissa, anything?
Very quick. I just want to say, Henry, it is appreciated that you're holding everyone accountable for, whatever information was missing. I do, though, feel that there's a certain point where there's some good common sense, and when we're looking at business phone numbers and cell phone numbers, I'm not sure it's required to change a whole form to just reflect that in a time and age where a lot of people have their cell phone and business phone. It's good to have the option, but I think there's a bit of common sense when looking at these forms that gets filtered through our attorneys and then filtered through some of the boards, so I'm not sure it's a required thing to go through a whole different form changing personally. Where it is very important for the business owners and for their legal team is to make sure that disclosure of interest is always well reflected, because that's where a lot of the lack of trust comes from the residents in the neighborhood. So that is something that should always be clear from the start, and then you avoid a lot of problems in the future.
Absolutely.
Right.
Okay, I'm just going to echo Henry. Thank you for your time. I appreciate everything you do. I sincerely do. I believe we can defer to, while we're independent, to staff's opinion on whether an application is defective. I'm satisfied it's been substantially complete. So again, I thank you. That's my comment. If someone wants to move it either way, I'd appreciate it.
I'm happy to move it.
I'll second.
Favorably, I assume.
Yes.
Okay.
Second was by
Listen,
Mr. Cement?
and Joe, yeah.
Oh, Joe, oh, sorry.
Not this time, sorry.
Okay, do a roll call. Ms. Beatty?
Yes.
Ms. Bott?
Yes.
Mr. Cement?
Yes.
Ms. Jerem?
Yes.
Mr. Elias?
Yes.
Mr. Frieden?
Yes.
Mr. Magazine?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Okay. Thank you to all of you that spoke. And happy to hear the neighbors are in favor. It's not always the case. Okay, we're going to
Have a good
move.
trip with your grandchildren.
We're going to move the new application, number 6 on the agenda, up to the next item, Planning Board File 230577, 231 First Street, 81 Washington Avenue.
Okay, this file on the agenda is requesting a conditional use permit for a neighborhood impact establishment. And it's a restaurant with an alcohol service to occupy the ground floor and the second floor of the existing building. The applicant is proposing ambient background music played at a level that does not interfere with normal conversation. And the name of the restaurant is Le Jardin Boucherie, if my French is fine.
Okay, so just way of background, on November 14th, 2017, the Historic Preservation Board approved a certificate of appropriateness for the partial demolition and renovation of the existing 3-story building and site design modifications, including the removal of a parking lot to be replaced with outdoor dining and seating. So now this is the conditional use permit for the establishment that would be going into this building. And they're working with our historic preservation staff to make sure that the improvements are consistent with what was approved by the board. So the project, again, proposal for a restaurant with alcohol service, and it's intended to occupy the ground floor and the second floor of that building. The ground floor, per the plan submitted, has 125 interior seats, 158 exterior seats, for a total of 283 seats and an occupancy of 413. The second floor has 167 interior seats and 210 occupancy load, for a total of 450 seats and a 623 occupancy load. The applicant is proposing to operate between 11 a.m. and midnight. The ground floor is divided into 2 areas. The western side is an outdoor dining terrace with some outdoor seating proposed to be covered by a canopy. And then there's an interior portion that has a main entry point from that outdoor terrace. The second floor provides space for dining areas, lounge, bathroom, and kitchens and back of house. The applicant is proposing to have ambient background music played at a level that does not interfere with normal conversation. This is in the South of Fifth neighborhood, so entertainment is prohibited. However, the applicant did submit a sound study prepared by Criterion Acoustics, indicating that they're going to have ambient level background music. However, the sound study was peer-reviewed by our sound consultant, Arpeggio Consulting, and they're online if you have any questions. They do have some concerns with some of the calculations regarding ambient sound level, particularly at night. Staff agrees with that. We also have concerns that that outdoor dining area is right next to a residential building that has residential units on the ground floor immediately adjacent to that outdoor terrace. So staff is recommending that the outdoor operations cease by 11 p.m. and that the music cease by 10 p.m. on Friday and Saturday and 9 p.m. on Sunday to Thursday. And we have those conditions are reflected in the attached draft order. For hours of operation, again, 11 to midnight, we don't have concerns with the operations on the inside. Those hours seem reasonable. We're concerned primarily with the outdoor portion as it can impact the adjacent residential building. For deliveries and sanitation, the applicant has proposed that deliveries only take place between 8 a.m. and noon. Staff recommends that the deliveries not occur before 9 a.m. so we avoid having trucks on the roadways during the morning rush hour. However, we're okay with that delivery period extending an additional hour so they can maintain an overall 4-hour delivery period. Regarding valet parking, the application states that they are intending to utilize the 5th Street and Lenox Avenue garage. Transportation Department has concerns with that location given the distance. It's more than 2,500 feet. which is the maximum allowed by the city code. However, the city code does allow the city manager to waive that distance regulation. So staff has incorporated a condition that the applicant shall make best efforts to secure a valet storage location within 2,500 feet of the property. Otherwise, they have to seek approval by the city manager. I believe they're going to be providing information that they may have located an alternative site that you can consider. For site access, the operations plan indicates that the patron access will be from Washington Avenue. The plans should clearly state where that entrance is located. That wasn't very clear to us, so we do have a condition, proposed condition that the applicant provide a revised floor plan identifying the location of the main patron entrance and the host station. The host station is what wasn't identified. And require that the host station be located a minimum of 10 feet from the main entrance in order to ensure that there's no queuing in the public right-of-way, subject to the review and approval of the planning department. Additionally, one more situation that we're going to be including in as a standard conditions in our draft board orders. The city code requires, and the land development regulations require, that if a CUP is not active for more than 18 months, that they come back before the board with a new application. So we're just including the standard language. We're going to be including it moving forward, and so I wanted to read the language. We may be tweaking it a little bit, but require that in accordance with Section 2524B, Roman numeral 2 of the Land Development Regulations of the City Code, should conditional use approval herein cease operation at any point and remain idle or unused in whole for part for a continuous period of 6 months or 18 months during any 3-year period, whether or not the equipment, fixtures, or structure remain, the applicant shall be required to seek reapproval of the conditional use from the board. Resumption of such use shall not be permitted unless and until the board approval has been granted. So this is something we would like to include, not for anything specific for this case, but just so that it's clear how the city code is applied to conditional use permits. So with that, staff recommends that the application be approved, subject to the conditions in the attached draft order and that additional condition that I just read out.
Thank you, Rogelio. Sir.
Good morning, Nicholas Rodriguez on behalf of 81 Washington LLC, address at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard with the law firm Burkow, Riddell, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapanez. I'm here vigorously checking my application to make sure that we filled it out right and didn't skip any boxes, but I think we're good. So I'm joined via Zoom by the owner and operator, Emil Stefkov. He wanted to be here today. He was able to be here for our community outreach. We had some pre-planned travel, so he's joining us via Zoom. Also here with Julian Lagarde, who's our interior designer. Also our sound consultant, Andy Swardlow, and our traffic consultant are on Zoom, Andy Swardlow and Alfredo Selli. And last but not least, my colleague Michael Larkin is here in support as well. So I think we have a digital presentation, yes. So we'll be discussing a CUP at 81 Washington Avenue for Le Jardin Boucherie. It's a concept from New York that the Emil and the group has purchased this building to bring this concept here to Miami Beach. I guess I can control this, cool. So for some context here, this is the building at the southeast corner of Washington Avenue and First Street. And on the top left, you see the First Street facade, which is a historic apartment building that was later converted. And on the lower left side, you see the Washington Avenue frontage, which is creates like a big front yard along Washington Avenue that is where the outdoor seating is proposed to be activated. So just briefly on the site history, this is a contributing historic building in the Ocean Beach Historic District. It was developed as an apartment building by Henry Hohauser, which is why it's a contributing building. It was later converted into a modeling agency, then a gym, and then in the early 2000s it was converted to a restaurant. Ironically enough, the two restaurants that were there before were French restaurants. We're proposing a French restaurant. And then in 2017, there was a previous Historic Preservation Board approval for a 246-seat restaurant. That plan never went forward, so the building has been essentially vacant and unused since around 2015. And then in 2020, the group purchased the building, and that's Emil's company. And they purchased the building. They really fell in love with the site to bring in their restaurant. And as you'll hear later directly from Emil, it's kind of their vision for the site, and their MO as a company is to come and find these historic resources, bring them back to life, and activate them with really high quality development and restaurant. So just for context here, the 2017 approved plan, as Rogelio mentioned, we're really just building off of that previous Historic Preservation Board approval. And this is the previous approval. It allowed for an exterior retractable canopy and outdoor seating area, converting that parking lot and front yard area. And here's another view of that canopy and seating area. And really just building off of that, but adding a lot more greenery and green space, consistent with what the name of the restaurant, Le Jardin Boucherie, envisioning a lot of garden and green space in that front yard, which will also help with noise mitigation. I also wanted to point out that 2017 HPB order had a lot of operational conditions that we're still subject to, because we're still subject to that prior HPB approval. We just want to point out that we agreed with these conditions. We're still subject to them. We'll have no issue with them. The conditions in the CUP will obviously either be more restrictive or equally restrictive of these conditions, and we accept that as well. So this is the proposed floor plan without seating, just so you can see the green areas that we're adding in place of the hardscape that was in the previously approved plan. But essentially, it's very similar, the retractable canopy with the green area, seating on the outside and seating on the first two levels. This is the plan with the seating added to it, 158 seats in the front courtyard area and garden area, 125 seats inside, and then the second level will be more of an elevated formal dining area, some private dining rooms. You'll see now it's a little bit different than the downstairs portion. So here, just take you through some renders quickly. We do have our interior designer here, Julian Lejard. If you have any questions on that, we can bring Julian up, but I'm just going to run through these renderings so you see generally what the group wants to do here. And I note that they really focus a lot on bringing really high quality materials and craftsmen from France, from Europe, to bring and activate their spaces. So it's a very high quality establishment. Here's the outdoor seating area, and as Rogelio mentioned, we are abutting the adjacent residential property, but there is dense landscaping proposed along that boundary, and as we'll touch on later, the sound system is going to be pulled away from that area as well. It's a nighttime view, different angle. Interior view of the first level, kind of boucherie style. Another view of the interior. And then this will be the second level, which is more private dining, formal dining, French restaurant. So this is the conditional use permit as it was submitted. We do have modifications that we've been working with SOFNA and the neighborhood, and also taking into account staff's recommendations. But as originally proposed, we submitted with 11 a.m. to midnight as operating hours across the board. As we touched on, 450 seats, 623 occupants. The music is ambient background level only, as informed by our sound study. And we did review the peer reviewers' comments on the sound study, and if we need to kick down the decibel level on the limiter, that's fine. We accept those comments. And with respect to parking, it's valet only. There is no parking requirement because this is a historic structure, but to satisfy the operational parking demand, we're going to have a valet operator. And the revised valet study provides for 8 valet attendants. And we're going to submit an updated valet analysis into the record here today. As Rogelio mentioned, we had originally proposed to use the garage at 550 Lenox. That was all that was available at the time. But we proffered a condition stating that we would continue working on it, and we have continued working on it. And we were able to secure a spot at 119 Washington Avenue, which is right down the street from us. It was a substantial additional cost to the project, but it is something that's necessary for the project to move forward. So we have signed an agreement with Valet King, the valet operator that uses that garage, and we're submitting the updated valet analysis to the record. We've essentially complied with that condition prior to coming to hearing to make sure that we address this. We will not need manager approval to use this valet storage lot. And this is also consistent with what we presented to the neighborhood, which is that we would be using the 119 Avenue garage, not 550 Lenox. And on the top left, I also wanted to point out that driveway that kind of negatively impacts the sidewalk there into a parking area is going away, because that entire front yard is going to become seating, and that's going to become additional on-street parking, and that will also be the valet ramp. So those 3 or 4 spaces that you see on Washington Ave will become the valet ramp for the project. As to the sound study, we have Andy Swordlow. If you have any questions on it, it was peer-reviewed. They did recommend initially a 70 to 75 decibel limit for the automatic noise level limiter that we've proffered. We're fine reducing that down to 65 to 70 decibels. The speakers are going to be very small speakers with no subwoofers, so there's none of that driving bass that tends to impact the neighborhood. It was funny, at our meeting with the Cosmopolitan, we raised the fact that, our music is going to be quieter than the Pura Vida on 5th Street there, or on Washington Ave there, that tends to blare their music inappropriately loud, and we kind of joked that, our music is going to be quieter because we've built a sound study and we've designed a system that's actually meant for this type of use and is going to be ambient level background. And again, there's going to be dense landscaping, and we've pulled the speakers completely away from that 75 Washington Avenue property line so that we don't impact them. And as I discussed, we did meet with the SOFNA Executive Board in early May. We met in person with the Cosmopolitan residents in their community meeting for a couple of hours. Emil was there in person, and we spoke to them about it, and we're happy to report that I believe you'll hear that they're in support of the application today. And we did meet with the SOFNA general membership, who sent their conditional letter of support conditioned upon us reaching an agreement with the Cosmopolitan, which we have, and what you'll hear about shortly. But before I pass out our modified conditions and agreement with the Cosmopolitan, I wanted to ask Emil to just say a few words and introduce himself to the board as the owner of the property and the operator of this restaurant. So Nick, if you could promote Emil Stefkov on Zoom, if you see him with his hand raised.
His hand is raised.
And I can swear him in. Is he on the line?
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
So first, can I talk?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead, Emil.
First of all, thank you very much for dedicating your time to this project. And I believe that together with all the participants like Cosmopolitan and SOFNA and you, we're going to reach the right, let's say, measure what is right for this neighborhood. Because all we want to do is to become like a complementary part of this neighborhood. So we don't want to do something that the neighborhood naturally doesn't accept or rejects. So we don't want to do that. And let's say the reason why we are here in this neighborhood, because number one, we fall in love in the neighborhood. We really truly appreciate what everyone now and before have done for this below Fifth neighborhood. I also bought an apartment where my kids and myself, part of the year, they live there. It's in the Yacht Club Portofino. So it's one block from there. So it's for me, my kids are like 10 and 15-year-old. So it's super important for me that this neighborhood is preserved like this. And we just want to add to that. And building this restaurant and why we took this building is because as a company, we strive to find really landmark, beautiful gem like locations that we can transform them into something beautiful, give them a new life. Unfortunately, this building was vacant for, I don't know, maybe 5 years or something or even more. And I hope that with this like total transformation that we're going to do, we're going to give it a new life, and hopefully we're going to be successful, and hopefully that's going to be for many decades. So everywhere where we go, I don't know if Nick was able to present a little bit what we do in New York and the buildings that we took in Chicago and in Washington, D.C. All of them are very special landmark buildings. And I would like to ask Nick if he can to present a little bit about this. So our approach, I would say, it's not simply commercial. We are into this in order to because we are driven by the idea of creating something really beautiful, something that will last for even maybe generations. So therefore, we choose this building. We even bought this building. In the other cities, we are renting the buildings, but in Miami, we were let's say blessed to be able to buy this building. And as Nick already explained, we in communication with the Cosmopolitan, with SOFNA, with everybody, we try to reach what's right for the neighborhood. So I know the biggest concern is the noise and then the traffic. So we try to address both items the best we can, and in a way that will completely satisfy the needs of the neighbors, but that's something that will also allow us to have a successful business there. Because we know that 2 French restaurants failed in that building, and we don't want to be the 3rd restaurant that will fail in that building. So therefore, we are asking for the increase of occupancy, and we are asking for like reasonable hours of operation that will absolutely not allow for any kind of entertainment. Our business is simply not entertainment. All our restaurants are like simple restaurants where everybody comes, like from every generation, families, like all kinds of people. So we are not kind of a place that will tomorrow will become a very kind of fancy place or very famous place in Miami that will attract, I don't know, a crowd that will be very specific. No, we want to have everybody. So therefore, we want to have normal hours of operation. What we propose, we believe, satisfies the needs like of everybody, including all of you who are here on this meeting. And we believe that with the hours that we proposed, we are meeting both the needs of the neighbors, but also the needs of the diners who's going to come in our restaurant and dine, because we need to have at least some minimum that will allow us to have a successful restaurant there. I
Okay,
believe
sir,
it's in
sir, if you
nobody's-
could, sir, you gotta wrap it up if you can. We appreciate everything you're saying,
Okay,
but 10
all
more
right.
seconds, 10 more seconds, go ahead.
I would say that's it. I believe Nick just showed up something on the screen, which was the building that we do in Washington, D.C. So I think that's all I have to say. I didn't know how many minutes I have.
That's okay, it's okay, I wanted you to speak, but we do have to move on, and I appreciate your input, and your attorney will continue with the presentation.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just briefly, these are the slides he was mentioning, Washington DC, Chicago, and then we'll get to the modified conditions. I have an update to this, so we'll disregard, and I'll pass you out the handout with our modified conditions that we've worked with. What we're asking for is going to be,
See, these are modified conditions to what city requested and approved by the homeowner associations.
this is modified to from what staff has recommended, and this is what we've agreed to with Cosmopolitan and with SOFNA.
Okay.
I'll wait till you guys have it. So what we're asking for will be indoor till midnight every day, 7 days a week. The outdoor portions will close on 11 p.m. on the Sunday through Thursday, and midnight on Fridays and Saturdays. And then music will shut off 1 hour before closing time each night, so it'll be 10 p.m. on Sunday through Thursday, and 11 p.m. on the weekends, Friday and Saturday. We think it makes sense to shut off music an hour early, and basically, inures to a natural closing time. That's what we've agreed to with Cosmopolitan. We think that's what's reasonable, what staff has recommended in terms of an 8 p.m. Music shut-off time on the outdoor portion. I think Pura Vida closes at 9 p.m. and they're playing their music. I think people normally have reservations at around 8 p.m. and there's no need to have to eat in silence. So we think these conditions are reasonable, and we'd ask you guys to adopt them.
Wait, so let me just ask you again.
Hold on, but before we do that,
Okay.
do you have any, I'm gonna go down the row, any
Well, I wanted to ask him
disclosures?
about.
No, I know, I just wanna know if you have any.
Disclosure, yes, I have been corresponding with Matthew, who lives in the South of Fifth neighborhood. And I did a site visit, thank you.
Joe?
I spoke with Matthew, attended the SOFNA meeting where it was presented, spoke to members of SOFNA. I don't know if there's a statute of limitations on disclosures, but spoke with Gerald and Trish about this maybe about 12 years ago for a different concept.
That wasn't us.
Nothing.
I've
disclosures at this point.
just spoke with Matthew yesterday and have been to one of the 2 former restaurants on the site.
I spoke with some residents, including Matthew, that's here today.
Okay. Go ahead, Gail.
Yeah,
We're gonna
so-
open it to the public, but if you have questions about the presentation.
Just so I get this right in my head, this is a new request. It's not the existing conditional use permit. these
So-
hours?
There is no existing conditional use permit at the site. So yeah, this is a new request. This is modified from what we submitted and modified from what staff has
So
recommended.
Gail, we will be approving a CUP. The staff has a recommended CUP. They want these slight revisions for us to consider to approve.
Okay, I got it, thanks.
Okay. Are you finished?
Yeah, I'm done. Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
All right, let me open it to the public. Sure. Yeah.
Thank you, members of the planning board. When the Cosmopolitan is referred to, I'm the representative
You
here.
got to enter your name and your
I'm
address.
Gerald Posner. I reside at 110 Washington. I'm on the board at the Cosmopolitan as secretary. Some of you might remember that I founded the South of Fifth Neighborhood Association in 2007. And as a director on SOFNA, I was dealing with Craig Robbins when we came to a series of those original conditional permits on this property before he sold it. Our general concerns in the building, for those of you who know the building, we are low-rise, 8-story and 6-story, but we take up a full city block, 234 residential units, and all of the First Street units and those along Washington turning on the corner then face directly diagonal to this property. Where the outdoor portion of the restaurant will be on the west side of their property, the closest to our building. When we had a meeting on May 11th with the owner and developer and council and the designers, we were all very favorably impressed with the owner-operator. We think his intentions are good. He operates quality properties in New York and Washington and elsewhere. He's moved into the neighborhood, which is a good thing. We can go and protest in front of his building if things don't turn out to be very good. But we know that sometimes the best intentions of the best operators can go awry in Miami Beach if you haven't been here, because things tend to be, his success could be to our detriment. So we looked for the safeguards that were important to us. At the time that we met, they were asking for an extension to 1 a.m. on Friday and Saturday nights. And we did a poll in our building to see that. You will not be surprised to find out that 65% were against that, and when you then cut it to the owners who are on the First Street side and Washington side facing the restaurant, it's under 10%. Right? They've agreed to drop that request for you, so you don't see it on the paper today. They're not asking for 1 a.m., which is a very good step forward for us in the last couple of weeks. In terms of the sound, we think that the sound recommendation from staff is very important, that it's kept at 65 decibels, because when you add in 150 people outdoors and servers and the entire process of general conversation and noise, it goes above that anyway, so we would be happy to see it at 65 decibels if that's possible. The owner-developer and his very, very good team often points to Pura Vida, which is a small health food restaurant underneath in the Cosmopolitan, and that their speakers sometimes sound louder than 65 decibels. That may be true occasionally, but they do close at 9 p.m. If they were closing at 9 p.m. here, we'd be very, very happy. The one thing for you to note is that other buildings in the neighborhood, the other restaurants in the neighborhood or our restaurants, and I'll make this very, very quick, who might be affected. This is a large venue, 450 seats, over 600 in terms of capacity, so the only place that even rivals it is Joe's Stone Crab, 520 seats. Joe's has surface parking lots, so it's not a problem. Joe's doesn't have an outdoor area. Joe's closes at 9 p.m. All right. How about the other big restaurants? Milos, right across the street from us, large venue. They close at 11 p.m. Stubborn Seed, Fogo de Chao close at 11 p.m. They don't have outdoor seats. Except for Stubborn Seed, they have 12 outdoor seats. Milos on weekends goes to midnight. Again, no outdoor seats. Call Me Gabby, a block further away, 60 outdoor seats. They close at midnight. The only restaurant within our vicinity that closes at 1 a.m., by the way, is Poppy Steak, which is a constant source of problems. One other small item for the planning board to consider, and I'm not sure how staff will deal with this, there's a big difference between saying we're closing at midnight or saying we're stopping the last order at midnight, taking the last order at midnight. When Chibo, some of you may remember, went in across from the Continuum, The Continuum fought for the fact that when they said they're closing at midnight, that means people were ready to leave the restaurant. They were taking the last orders at 10 or 10:30. And that's what we believe this owner-operator will do. We'd also like to make sure that when we talk about sound, there's no live music, which we understand is the ordinance south of Fifth, but so that it's understood by them. And one last little special request is no special events. If it's slow in summer, off-season, and they're not used to that, and the entire second floor is empty, and they decide to rent it out for a special event, that's fine if they want to do a bar mitzvah or a wedding or whatever else, but no DJs, no live music for a special event that comes in. We don't want it to become that venue to clean it up during that period. So we're looking at coming to a reasonable resolution with the owner-operator so they can operate and be a success. We want to see them succeed. There is going to be a restaurant in there at one point, and we think this would be a good one. We'd like to see if the hours are near to what was recommended by staff. We're willing to say an hour more on the music.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask you. Are you in agreement with these?
We would be in agreement. I've gone through the board at the Cosmopolitan. I've talked to a number of people. We would love no music at all, but yes, we'd be in
So you're
agreement
okay
with
with
those
these
figures.
revised?
We would
Okay.
be, as long as the 65 decibel is the figure.
Right.
And
Okay.
midnight really means midnight. We start to see people leave. Last thing as I leave, I understand I'm over, it's on the issue of valet. They have really done a very good job in terms of getting 119 Washington, which is the building directly across from us. But Gordon Ramsay's opening a restaurant in there. He's now in construction. They're spending several $1 million. When he opens, what will happen to the valet spots that they're now using? Gordon Ramsay may be able to use the valet spots in his own building. So, valet is a moving target south of Fifth. Even Milos was using the spots that are at the aged home down on First and Collins for a while. People are looking for valet spots all the way. If they eventually don't have a long-term lease at 110 Washington that locks them in, then we will be dealing with a situation in which they are moving cars up to 6 in Lenox. The only problem with that is the valets are driving at 80 miles an hour to get back to 450 people waiting to leave the neighborhood. So that's just a sidelight. It's not an immediate problem. Thank you very much
Thanks for your time and
Sorry to
your
run over.
articulate argument. Okay, anyone else in chambers speak on this? Are you getting up? Yes, sir. Oh, okay. I didn't know if you were going to speak or leaving, or just identify yourself, your address.
Of course, yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name's Matthew Goltanoff. I reside at 125 Jefferson Avenue. I received in the mail a notice from the planning department about this, so I'm within the radius of affected persons to this. This will be a tough act to follow. I think Gerald kind of nailed the head on many of the concerns that I think this application can bring forth to the neighborhood. So I don't want to belabor and repeat everything. I've met with a number of the folks on this planning board and shared some of the concerns. The outside seating, Gerald, I think, touched on that very well. But traffic is a major concern in the south of Fifth neighborhood. And that last point about the valet, so valet was a major concern. They originally proposed well beyond the limit of 2,500 feet. The other concern, of course, is the speeding valet drivers, the extra traffic of taking the cars to and from. What is going to happen, if this when the restaurant opens at 119 Washington, where they propose now to store? There's a lot of unanswered questions. In addition, there's a new traffic study. Has the Transportation Department had a chance to review this study that was just handed out to planning staff this morning? And then lastly, look, the size and the use of the space has been a concern of the planning staff. I'm going to read one of the responses from the planning staff report here from the Compliance with Conditional Use Review Guidelines. It's number 7. The concentration of similar types of uses will not create a negative impact on the surrounding neighborhood. Geographic concentration of similar types of conditional uses should be discouraged. And the response is, there are other restaurants within the vicinity neighborhood. Neighborhood impact establishments are permitted in the CPS 1 zoning district as conditional use. If not carefully controlled, such concentrations could negatively impact the surrounding neighborhood. I want to note that there have been a couple other neighborhood impact establishment applications in this neighborhood, and this in language consistent with this has also been there. So I think it might be helpful to hear from the planning staff what the exact concerns are, and if they could elaborate further on why a concentration of uses could be a negative for the neighborhood, and why there should or should not be more of a diverse economic use within the commercial spaces. And then lastly, pedestrian safety. A lot of people move to this neighborhood because of the walkable nature of it. Adding a restaurant where there's 600 occupant load, 450 plus seats, majority of people drive here late afternoon, evenings. It's gonna impact safety of the people here, and that's also another one of the neighborhood impact establishment and conditional use guidelines, which isn't talked upon, the traffic impact and the pedestrian safety impact. So again, I think that the concept is great. Obviously, the renderings that they've shown and what's being done to the restaurant and the building are great. This is a historic asset to our neighborhood. But caution needs to be taken with this. No one is saying no restaurant, but they're saying, there's plans for, approved plans, 270 seats, and now we're going up to 450/620 seats. A careful look needs to be taken at this, and that's it. So I thank you very much. I hope that you consider some of the points that I have made.
Thank you. Anyone else in chambers? Okay, anyone on Zoom? Well, no, you got to come up, but be quick, please.
When we first saw the new figure, Gerald Posner at Cosmopolitan, when we first saw the new figure of 450, our eyes popped. We said, oh my God, they're almost doubling the size. It turns out that the original plans Craig Robbins had, the second floor was all offices. They weren't using it for any dining at all. So what they are doing is using the second floor. All the additional space is there. They are adding 30 seats on the outside. So that's the impact. There are definitely more people, but per user, per diner, they have a little bit more square space, believe it or not, that Joe's has. So they aren't cramming them in New York style yet.
Got it. Thank you. Anyone on Zoom?
We have no hands raised on Zoom.
Great. Close the public hearing. Questions. We'll start with Gail.
It's a beautiful restoration. I commend you for that. So my concern is the music outside and the way the traffic flow is going to go. So let's take it one at a time. 65 decibels, that's hard for us to imagine. So I was wondering maybe we could make an order that says something like we did for the Good Time. Maybe no noise from speakers can be heard from the west side of Washington. That means this condominium will not be able to hear noise if your establishment obeys this rule. And the second point about speakers is I saw HPB in 2017, they made the order that the speakers not attached to the building, which I thought was a really good idea, because any noise and any speakers that are elevated really carry. So if the speakers are like in those rocks by a table, that's a better idea. So those are my two ideas how to mitigate the music disturbing the neighbors. And that Pura Vida, I don't know, I would tear my hair out if I had to hear that music blasting all day. I've rode my bike past it, and I don't know how they get away with that. So, so the second concern is the traffic. So you put the pictures up really quickly about how the traffic is going to flow. You got rid of the driveway. Could you please explain in detail how the cars are going to be stacked, where the valet stand is going to be, and how are we going to prevent cars from lining up on Washington? Because there's going to be a lot of cars.
So to your first concern regarding the sound, there is a condition in the order. It's condition 6.8, sound generated from the venue, including but not limited to recorded music, shall not be plainly audible from the adjacent residential building. We're fine with that. We haven't asked to modify that. If we want to change the language so it's the west side of Washington Avenue, we're okay with that as well.
Tell me where that is again.
It's condition 6.8. So there's a bunch of small numbers. 6A8.
8. Sound generated from the venue, including but not limited to recorded music and patron conversation, shall not be plainly audible. Okay, I like plainly audible. From the adjacent residential building, shall not be plainly audible. I guess that covers what I said.
I think that also includes 75.
Just to clarify, our sound consultant made a suggestion on the 65 decibels. We don't, as we've had this discussion, we don't look at decibels. So we don't have that as a condition in the draft order. Instead, we included the condition that you just mentioned.
Jason, okay. Gerald, are you okay with that? Absolutely. That's a good suggestion. And what about speakers being attached to the building? Is that what you're planning on doing? Putting speakers
No, that's prohibited by the HPB order, so we can't do
Okay,
that.
good, so
Yeah.
you're not changing that. Okay, now let's look at the traffic flow. Do you have on-site driveway where the valet car comes onto your property, or are you going to do that in the street?
So we're going to use the on-street spaces. We can't keep, there is a driveway existing with 3 or 4 parking spaces. Part of the HPB approval was removing those parking spaces in that driveway. The Historic Preservation Board and staff has opined that that driveway is detrimental to the historic structure. It shouldn't be there. So we're creating a garden in the front area for seating, and the valet will operate, if you see on the image here.
Is that Washington?
That is Washington Avenue, and so the driveway will turn into 1 or 2 additional spaces, and I believe there are 4 to 5 spaces that will serve as the queuing for the valet. And then the valet analysis that was submitted shows that at the peak hour, 8 valet attendants will prevent any sort of queuing into Washington Avenue. So
Says
that's what
10.
So
This traffic study says 10 valet?
does it say 10? I think the originally one submitted was for 550 Lennox was 10. I think it's now 8 because of 119 Washington, but whatever it is, if it's 8 or 10, that's what it's going to be.
So you can stack on the street, you're going to take parking spaces away on the street so that you can have a valet that can stack 5 cars?
So the valet operator gets a license from the city to operate their valet stand on Washington Avenue, as they do at many other restaurants. During the day, those parking spaces are still parking spaces. Just when the restaurant's operating and they're in need of the spaces, they use the valet spaces.
I mean, I just want to point out that, yes, you were allowed by the HPB in 2017 to remove your on-site parking lot in exchange for you limiting your occupancy to 246 seats. So now you're still removing your on-site parking, but now you want more seats. I don't know, it seems like you're being a little needy. Wait, I have one more question. It says in the documents that staff gave us that the 150 seats outside probably will require a parking in lieu fee. 150 seats, we know from Maculina, it's like $50,000 a year. I guess you don't want to pay that, so you're going to try your best to try to find close parking. So if the building that you want to go into for parking, 119, what is it, 119? Washington, if that building has built required parking for that building, I don't know how you can use required parking that's already for somebody else. And if you can't, which you said hasn't been finalized yet, I mean, are you willing to pay $50,000 in parking in lieu fee in order to cover the 150 seats that are outside?
So I'm not familiar with that portion of the report, but my understanding, this is a historic property, so they wouldn't be subject to a parking
It says
requirement.
outside seats, though, it's different.
The indoor portion, you're right, is completely exempt, but outdoor cafe seats, that's not a historic building that would be exempt.
Okay.
So the outdoor cafe portion might be subject to a parking requirement.
So if it were subject to a parking requirement and we weren't able to meet it, that would be our only choice. As to the 119, the parking in lieu fee would be our only choice. That would be a business decision for ML, the owner, to make. As far as the availability of the parking spaces in 119 Washington, the way that works is the valet operator finds parking spaces that are underutilized and they get a license to operate. So they get a license to operate out of 119 Washington because it's an office building. So their required parking is occupied during the day, and at night the valet operator uses the spaces to satisfy the valet.
But we were told at a previous meeting here, because Maculina cannot use nighttime, unused, underutilized parking as their required parking.
But it's not required parking. It's a satisfied operation parking.
Michael, if you're going to speak, you got to come to the mic.
Well, I'm just going by what we were told. That's why Maculina could not use the hospital parking at night, even though the hospital's closed, because the parking is required parking for that building, considered 24 hours a day, and it cannot be used as parking to skirt out of the parking in lieu fee.
I mean,
And what I'm saying is correct.
if ultimately there is a parking requirement, we'll have to address the parking requirement.
Okay, I just want to make sure you don't try to then come back and pass a law so that you're waived, so you don't have to pay the parking in lieu fee, which goes towards building bike paths and goes towards the trolley. Thank you.
Joe?
A couple quick things. Just to clarify, is there any daylight between the Cosmopolitan, because I believe SOFNA is essentially supportive yet deferring to the Cosmopolitan. Is there any daylight between, in terms of hours or more specifically decibels, which I believe is 65, any daylight between the applicant and the Cosmopolitan's wishes?
Absolutely. We're here to, as Emil said, we're here to negotiate and to come up to something that works for the neighborhood. I think we have no issue with 65 decibels. As staff has mentioned, staff doesn't use decibels. It's really us self-imposing a limit through an automatic noise level limiter. So if 65 is the number, then 65 will be the number that the limiter is calibrated at. In terms of the hours, we felt that the hours that we've presented today were the hours that we had agreed to with Cosmopolitan. We didn't really get a chance at a rebuttal of public comment, but in terms of the hours of adjacent restaurants, Joe's closes at 10, at 9, and 11 on weekends, and many restaurants in the area close at midnight. So we think that midnight for the indoors is pretty reasonable. As far as the outdoors, there is daylight. We were under the understanding that the hours that we had proposed were acceptable. So, I'm not sure, Gerald, if their hours are different than what we had.
And if I could just say one thing, Joe, I think there is no daylight. We'll agree that they could operate at Friday and Saturday outdoors. If the main concern, though, is, of course, the sound. And you're right, there's no magic in the 65 decibels. It's really an issue, as you said, Gail, of the sound that extends west. As for the valet, it's an unsolvable problem in the sense that, other restaurants are coming into the neighborhood, large restaurants, hundreds of seats, Philippe Chow, a restaurant from Dubai. This is only going to continue to get worse in South of Fifth, but it doesn't mean it can be held against them for what's happening in the future. But you're exactly right, Gail. On Long Washington, we're going to have the same situation or similar if they are successful and have a lot of people as what Prime 112 has or what Milos has. They have cars double parked. The valets are running all the time. The lines are there. Joe's has the street blocked a little bit when they're doing valet. So it's that block up that you get on the street that will inevitably be the case here. And remember, on 119 Washington, that building, the reason I believe that those parking spots are available is because the restaurant, which was using most of them, which was Red Steakhouse, for those of you who remember it, went out of business. So there's nothing being utilized right now. Those are the spots that will be taken over by Gordon Ramsay, and then it might be a different situation. But we at the Cosmopolitan don't have an answer for the valet, other than just to wring our hands. We're more concerned about the noise and the impact in that feeling. I did mention, I think, to the developer once that there's a restaurant in London owned by a Dutch restaurateur who offers a free bottle of wine to anybody who bicycles to the restaurant as opposed to taking a car or Uber. That might be a very nice idea, but I'm not sure necessarily it will solve our problem today.
And I would agree with that. Actually, my next comment was, we continue to just piecemeal together every impactful restaurant in this neighborhood and not take a holistic approach. Maybe that's incumbent on the planning board that, especially in this neighborhood where we're seeing increasingly amount of high-impact establishments, to take a more holistic look at an upcoming meeting. And then the main concern is just the parking and the valet. Again, we'll just kind of look at this in a silo or vacuum. How long is that agreement for the parking at 119 Washington?
How long is it for?
Yeah, you mentioned that you struck an agreement to valet at 119 Washington.
I would have to look. I'm not sure that it has a term. I think
And
it's
where
just
I'm
as
going with
far
that
as
is,
yeah.
I'm concerned if that is a temporary solution until Lucky Cat would open, and then we have to revert back to 550 Lenox, which I think is just an unmitigated disaster. I don't know if we'd be able to essentially, if we don't have that answer now, if this is approved, we say, is valet changing, subject to coming back to the planning board and exploring that? Because what I wouldn't want to do is sign off on 119 being used, and then 6 months or a year from now, we're sending 500 cars to 550 Lenox.
Mr. Chairman, can I respond to Mr. Magazine's comment? So we represent 119 Washington Avenue as well. And in the parking spaces associated with that restaurant use, bear in mind there are 2 commercial condo units on the ground floor. One's a real estate office, one was Red Steakhouse, now it's going to be Gordon Ramsay. But the parking requirements are satisfied within the podium parking garage of the building. So those are already satisfied. It's a Class A office building. So at 5 o'clock, the other parking spaces become available. That's why it's underutilized. Not for a legal parking requirement, for satisfying operational parking demand generated by the restaurant. So what I'm saying is there's plenty of space within that podium parking garage to not only satisfy the Gordon Ramsay parking requirements, but also our operational parking demand.
Perfect. So I would just ask that if the valet operations were to change, that that be subject to coming back to the planning board for approval. Because I think that is probably, if we're in line with hours and sound with the neighborhood, that would be the most critical component, is the valet operations. I'm fine with what Mr. Larkin presented. That seems pretty reasonable. But if that were to be subject to change, it's something I'd want to review again.
Okay, thanks. Jonathan?
I agree with that. And I guess, what I have a concern that you don't know how long this parking agreement is when you know that that's something that was raised by the neighborhood.
So I'm being told it's a 3 to 5 year minimum is what I'm
3
being
to
told.
5 years,
Yeah,
okay.
but
And that seems reasonable to me. In your presentation, you said that the recommended sound was 65 to 70, but it's 65, so I think we're all sort of in agreement, 65.
That's fine.
And you also said the 8 valet personnel, the report, by my reading, says 10. So, I think we should include making sure that there are sufficient valet in there, to handle the peak hours. And then I have a concern about the deliveries. I see, in the proposed order or proposed language, there is some fairly strict wording about where the delivery should be made and when they should be made. And I just want to make sure, you understand the impact of bringing in an 18-wheeler into the neighborhood potentially. And it's on you guys to make sure that those are, the deliveries are not blocking the bicycle lanes or blocking the right-of-way, not parked in the middle of the street, even if it's 9 a.m. and there's no other cars. I mean, that's how it really will impact the neighborhood. And so, I just want to bring to your attention that, that's something that if there's any sort of violation of that, I'm sure, we've seen in other situations, that's one of the first things the neighbors start flagging. And so that'll bring you back before us, and that may create a problem. I would love to see, I'm not going to hold you to it, but I would love to see some sort of agreement that it would delivery vans as opposed to the big trucks. I know logistically that can be difficult, but I guess my concern, I don't usually have this concern, but the concern is because of how big this restaurant is going to be, how many seats are there, and so that means more deliveries or bigger deliveries. And so, something I would like to see in terms of delivery vans, if that's feasible, but I'm not sure if it is.
I'm not totally sure that it is either. I wouldn't be able to answer that. I think that the delivery companies sometimes dictate what they're willing to use, but we do have the alley behind the building. It's the
I think
benefit of
as
being
per
the
this-
owner of the
as per
building.
staff's recommendation, deliveries have to be done in Collins Court.
Right.
Or that's
yeah.
what you guys were saying.
Right. So they'll be done in the alley behind the building, and we've limited the hours so that to try to mitigate the impact. And we
No
agree with
trucks
staff.
larger than 5 tons.
And that was in the operations plan. No trucks larger than 5 tons. I think that's the minimum that the company will give us.
No, it's on page 87 if you want to, this is all discussed. Go ahead.
It's a really interesting project. Excited for what it could do for a property that's sat dormant and vacant for a very long time. My biggest concern, and I'm just going to echo briefly what everyone else has said, is really tied to the parking. I think eventually, if something happens to the valet lot, something can be done for finding the alternate spaces. But my absolute biggest concern is going to be the queuing that may happen on Washington Avenue, which will significantly impact the quality of life for all the neighboring residents. So I'm going to defer to staff as to how we can mandate, maybe include language there that there be no queuing, there be no double parking. Joe's, which has, I think it'll have fewer occupants, has, I think, significantly larger space in front of their restaurant that's able to queue the cars. So I just want to make sure that the city can incorporate some type of language, whether it's mandating increased valet presence or additional language prohibiting the queuing of the cars on the actual street to ensure that there's no negative impact to the residents. But other than that, it's an exciting project.
Yeah, I'm not going to belabor. I agree with every comment I've heard. I want to thank you for
Yeah,
your
and thank you
presentation,
for your,
articulate. Thank you.
Thank you.
But they've articulated everything I want to say, so I'll pass it on to Tanya.
I didn't catch this if it was part of the presentation, but is this Jardin Boucherie connected to Le Grand Boucherie in New York? Okay.
Yes.
Coincidentally, I had lunch with a friend I hadn't seen in 20 years there in Manhattan this past weekend. It's a lovely space. The food was good. I felt like I was back in France. It was in an atrium on West 56th Street, for anybody who doesn't know it. So it was great because it was the only day in a week that it poured down rain. But it was quite loud. Interestingly, the interior space was louder than the outdoor seating. So you were not under the cover of the restaurant, but you were covered by the atrium. I don't recall if there was music or not, but I will say that it was loud, even without noticing any music, which is a segue. So excited about the project, good to bring that back to life. I am quite concerned, though, about the scale of it. I understand that the upstairs floor was going to be used differently by the prior project iteration. How many additional seats are being put outdoors to get from the original proposed seats of 246 to almost double that, 450? Because that can't all be, it's not 200 seats upstairs, right? Some of it's coming into the garden?
Right, so there's about 150 seats in the garden, 125 on the first level, and about 160 or so on the second level.
But the difference between the number of seats that were outdoors in the garden, the way it was originally planned, versus now, do you know what that is? Does anybody?
30
additional seats on the outdoor section now in their plan versus what was approved in 2017
Okay.
by PD.
So I'm not trying to not have this go forward, but I am trying to minimize any potential issues. So to me, those additional 30 seats outdoors is concerning. And maybe the thing to do is to stipulate a progress report once this is online to make sure that those additional 30 seats don't give way to unanticipated noise issues. I think it's a huge jump. I mean, it is almost doubling the numbers of what was originally planned and proposed and approved by the HPB, and I am concerned about that. I am concerned about it from a number of reasons. The interior space, the seats on the inside are not going to affect the noise, so I'm not worried about that. I am worried about what it's going to do to traffic. I'm worried about what it's going to do to parking. I understand that there's a proposal now for a minimum of 3 years, and that additional parking will eventually be found, but that is going to be in 3 years from now when there is yet another large-scale restaurant that we know about coming online, in addition to the others that we've already approved for that neighborhood, of that part of town. And I'm always a big proponent of looking at things holistically. I know people are sick of me hearing from me about that, but at the end of the day, we now have south of Fifth, which is this beautiful, pristine, jewel box neighborhood, high-rises notwithstanding. But the thing that attracts people to this neighborhood is that it is a walkable, human-scaled neighborhood. And now all of a sudden we have, 5 quite large, quite high-end restaurants coming into a not very big part of the city. And again, that's not something that you should be penalized for, but I think it's a bigger philosophical discussion of how we go about approving things in the city, because sure, we can have another enormous restaurant, and we all want to see that space activated again, but it's problematic to me that we have now a proliferation of enormous restaurants. And they may all be wonderful operators, that they seem to be, and will add value to the neighborhood, and they seem like they will do that. I'm not trying to throw shade on anybody, but in terms of, this is not the development approval board. This is the planning board, right? And it's not the development approval department, it's the planning department. So, collectively as a city, as a bunch of neighbors and businesses who want to coexist, what makes the right sense? I don't know what we have available to us by way of encouraging a reduction of seats in this restaurant. I mean, I would be very much in favor of reducing the additional 30 seats outdoors as a minimum. If I had my druthers, I don't know if I have the appetite for that among my colleagues. But I am very concerned about the fact that in 2017, something was approved at half the number of seats, and now it's coming before us with almost double the number of seats.
Mr. Chairman, can I address Ms.
Sure.
Fox? So, normally the progress reports are not so evidence-heavy. So what we could do is come back to you all with another updated traffic study that actually shows or is analyzing the valet stand in real time and determine whether or not the number of runners is enough. We can also do a revised noise study that'd also be in real time, and that would show, yes, when the patrons are here and the decibel level is at 65, this is really what you hear. Because we're talking to you all, we're comfortable with the application, we want you all to be comfortable with the application. But I think if we come back within, let's say, 90 days after the BTR issues, but we have that additional evidence, I think that'll give you some comfort that you're not approving an inordinate amount of seats here, but you're approving something that's reasonable for this operator to succeed.
One thing, I'm sorry, just one very quick thing. I don't need, you have the expertise, but in 16 years of just community and neighborhood work, I've never encountered a developer who gave us a traffic study that didn't say traffic was going to be better with their project all the time. And sometimes they're somewhat right and sometimes they're completely wrong. I've never seen a sound study that didn't say, don't worry about it. And sometimes that turned out to be wrong. And just so you know, it's often, and we talked to the developer about this, unintended consequences. So people leave the restaurant at midnight. Milos actually has its valet try to control the noise, to tell people to keep their conversations down, not to be on a cell phone, not to be screaming. Poppy Steak, on the other hand, gets a party crowd that leaves the restaurant, is noisy, yelling, and revving their Ferraris and Lamborghinis up to drive around the neighborhood to show off at 1:30 in the morning or whatever. So some of it is the restaurant not only has to be a good neighbor inside, but outside as well, and we hope that will be the case no matter what the number of seats are that eventually.
Yeah, and to that point, I mean, we had this conversation as it pertained to Mila quite a few months ago, and we gave them a little bit more latitude in what they could do, where they could do it, and how late they could do it. And that was one of the big conversation points, is when your patrons are leaving and getting their car, they can't just hang out on the street. Like ideally, they would, have that app.
Text
so
to
that,
order, that's in there. Yeah, we
right,
have
so
that.
you order it before you even leave your table, and when you get there, you get in and get out, and you don't go doing wheelies in the neighborhood, and you don't, take selfies. I mean, it's transactional. Here are your keys, off you go. And so if that can be part of the operational plan, or that is highlighted, that won't do much for traffic necessarily, but it will help with the noise issue.
One thing, if I may, one thing that I'm authorized to add to this is potentially like a security guard, a referee for the valet. That wouldn't be, it would be an employee of the restaurant, not the valet company, to make sure that there's not queuing happening in the right of way, and make sure that patrons are waiting inside the host area, inside the gate of the restaurant. That's something that we could proffer as a condition, to have an employee dedicated to that sort of operational demand.
I think that would be great for a number of reasons. And I think, I don't know why this operator is confident that they can succeed at double the number of spaces when other restaurants have not. I don't pretend to know enough about the hospitality business to know what secret sauce you guys are bringing versus other folks, but it is a good operator. I am inclined to, despite my reservations, let it go forward, but with the caveat that in 30 or 90 days after BTR, if we determine through neighborhood concerns and, code violations or just observations of people who live in that neighborhood, that there are significant problems with traffic, with parking, and with noise, that, at a minimum, that outdoor seat capacity is up for discussion.
Thanks. Melissa?
Thank you, Brian. I'll be quick. So my concerns are similar to the rest of the staff here. The parking is the main thing. I think the noise has been addressed. There are safeguards there that we can have violations to bring you guys back here if those are not respected. In regard to the valet and the parking and the traffic, I mean, there's some obvious concerns for the residents, but also as business operators, if you guys are looking to attract the local clientele, most of us who live here don't want to have to be bothered with, the hassle of, difficulties getting there and difficulties leaving. So I just think it's just good business acumen for most of the businesses, the new ones and the existing ones, to make sure you work together as a neighborhood to facilitate all the parking and valet issues that you're dealing with. It's a beautiful project. It's large. It's impactful on the neighborhood. You guys have done a good job outreaching to the neighborhood already, and so we look forward to you guys continuing to do that.
Thank you. Thanks, Melissa. All right, any other questions? I really do want to move on.
Yeah, I just wanted to have one more question. It's really bothering me, the outdoor seating. I don't want to be on record voting for the largest number of seats in an outdoor restaurant in a residential neighborhood. I don't feel comfortable with that. I'm asking you to reduce the seats outdoors from 150 to 100, or I'm not going to vote for this.
Well, we wish that you would vote for it, but we feel that the number of seats that we proffered is what's necessary in order to have this restaurant succeed. The other restaurants have failed. We think we put in a number of safeguards that will allow this restaurant to succeed without harming our closest residential neighbor. We're in a commercial zone. We're adjacent to residential uses, it's true, and there's a balance to be struck, and we think that we have struck that balance.
Michael, you represent probably 1,000 restaurants in this city. Who has the largest number of outdoor seats? And what is that
Probably
number?
Soho House, I would imagine.
I've never been there. Is that in the 50s or the 40s?
30s.
Is it in the
Yes.
backyard or is it in the front yard? This is in the front yard. That's the problem. I mean,
It's in the mid area of the property.
I don't know that area. What else? Who else has a lot of seats outside? You can't think of anybody. This is too many seats outside. I already told you my opinion.
Understood.
All right, someone want to move it, and we'll see where it goes? Because we really got to move on, unless people have some critical other questions or comments. I think we've vetted it pretty well.
Just some comments based on what I heard from the board real quick. Regarding queuing for valet, we do have a condition in the order that says all valet parking operations shall be conducted within the rented on-street parking space for the valet ramp and shall not block at any time the right-of-way on Washington Avenue. So I think that
Enforcement there.
that addresses.
All
that
right, and
concern.
staff, the neighbors are okay with these modified conditions as staff? Because we got to move it either with or without.
We have concerns there. So in addition to the Cosmopolitan, there is a residential building to the south. What's the address of the?
75 Washington.
75 Washington Avenue. We have concerns with them because their ground floor window is right up against this outdoor space. So we do have concerns with that building. And
What
the
about
impact
the
of that.
sound or the hours?
The sound, and because of the hours.
But, Mr. Chairman, we researched that building, and we found there was only one homestead exemption, and there's a number of short-term rental violations at that building. We feel it's more of a haven for short-term rentals, and with only one homestead
In that
exemption.
case, let's smoke them out.
Not to throw them under the bus, but to throw them under the bus. No, but we understand staff's concern. When we talked to staff, we did the research, and we found that it really is more of a transient use there. There is one homestead exemption, that is true, but there's also a host of short-term rental violations.
But SOFNA is in agreement and support of what the applicant has proffered, correct?
I believe they are.
All right.
Okay.
All
We're
right.
here to represent the whole neighborhood, not just the 5 board members of SOFNA. I make a motion that we agree on everything that was spoken about, but we reduce the number of outdoor seats to 100. Does anybody second
Same.
my motion?
Do we have a second? Okay, someone else want to move it?
I'll make a motion to approve this application. Do I have to say, specify including all the safeguards or including these modified conditions of approval?
Well, yeah, it's
Anything you want to modify, yes, we would need to.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to approve, including these modified conditions of approval, that the hours of operation be from Indoors 11 a.m. until 12 a.m., outdoor from 11 a.m. until 11 p.m. Sunday through Thursday, until 12 a.m. Fridays and Saturdays, and no outdoor music after 10 p.m. Thursday to Sunday, and no outdoor music after 11 p.m. on Fridays and Saturdays.
And a 90-day progress
And
report.
yes, and the applicant has to come back within 90 days of receiving their BTR for a progress report.
And the pro offer of security to make sure the valet customers stay on site.
Right.
Right.
Yes, and the inclusion of third-party
I
security.
think we could just add that to the condition that Rogelio read, like
All right.
the
So,
operator
Rogelio-
shall dedicate.
Rogelio, you got that?
If
Okay.
you would include, if the valet agreement is subject to change, I'd be happy to second that.
Fine, we agree with that.
So-
If the valet operation were subject to change, they would just come back to
You
the
mean a
planning board.
different
for that.
valet company?
No, I'm sorry, a different valet location. Now, I'll
That's
take Mr. Larkin's word that, it's a 3 to 5 year arrangement, so I don't think we'll have to worry about that, but just the
All
safeguard.
right, so add that, Rogelio.
So we don't identify the specific location in the order, so we would have to add a condition that says the valet parking shall be located at 119 Washington Avenue. Any change to that location shall require coming back to the
A
planning board
modification
as
to
a-
the CUP for
or we could do it as a progress report.
And if you could just say that the valet parking requirement should be in its entirety at 119 Washington, because what could happen is they end up parking 90 cars at 119 Washington, 200 at 6 and 9. They may split them up and say, we're still at 119 Washington. They're either at 119 Washington in their entirety or not.
That's fine, because that's the way it would operate, so we have no issue with that.
The valet operator has to disclose
And
there.
any change shall come back before the, shall
Any
shall
change
only
of
be
level
allowed
require-
subject to a progress report,
Yep.
something to that effect.
And the sound calibration to 65.
So that,
No, I thought we weren't going to do that because we can't. I thought it was just going to be the next door neighbor can't
Plainly
have.
audible.
It's
But
plainly
that's already in
audible.
there. That's
Yeah,
in
that's
there.
already
That's
in
in there already.
Right.
Okay,
All right,
accepted.
so Joe, you seconding it?
Yes,
Great.
second.
Let's do a roll call.
progress report. Okay, so we have a motion,
By Shield and a second by Joe.
second by Mr. Magazine. Okay, roll call, Ms. Beatty?
Yes.
Ms. Bott?
Yes.
Mr. Cement?
Yes.
Ms. Durham?
No,
Mr. Elias?
Yes.
Mr. Frieden?
Yes.
Mr. Magazine?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Again,
Thank you all
thank
very
you
much.
for all of your participation. It really means a lot.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you all.
Okay, moving on. Well, let's see. I'm going to let you all grab your lunch, but if you don't mind, we'll work through it. Take 2 minutes to grab your lunch. Those are the tough ones, though.
Thank you.
I know.
You want me to hand them out to the board members?
One second. Please forward to type.
finished on time today.
I know.
All right, well, oh, yeah, 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 absolutely.
Not yours. Hey, good, how are you? No, I got back at 7:30 yesterday and right into this. Yes. But I'm good. I don't recall. What was the outcome of that meeting? Oh, what they were talking about just now?
Kill me. There should be a rule.
We're gonna have the same conversation, I think, in months with One Collins Avenue.
Yeah. The applicant shall coordinate with City Transportation Department to develop an acceptable transportation management plan prior to the issuance of a building permit. So, I mean, that's, yeah, they have to do that, or else our staff won't approve their building permit unless we get an okay.
Transit passes like they say they do, information.
It would be, get an employee that lets us know that they're not getting them, and then we would enforce it at that point. Yeah, we would do that. Bring that up as part of the progress report. Yeah, that's a good idea. Okay.
Okay, everybody, we're going to resume. Appreciate the cooperation. All right, we're going to move up an item, what was number 5. We're going to move that now. Planning Board File 230592. Mr. Needle's going to make a presentation, but I've been informed by both parties that while he's going to make a presentation, they're going to move it for continuance because they are working together to try to get a compromise. So with that, I'll let staff proceed on Planning Board File 230592, 6th Street overlay.
Okay. So this is an item that was previously continued. It was discussed by the board last month. And so at that time, the board directed staff to obtain some additional information for their recommendation. I apologize, I was confusing this with the North Beach item. So this item was discussed last month. There were some concerns raised by the Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association, and as a result, the item was continued. The planning board wanted to understand more of where staff and the Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association had some concerns with each other's recommendations, so we elaborated a little bit more on that in the staff report. So in regards to an appropriate massing transition, the proposed ordinance does provide for a transition. It provides for a height limit of 50 feet within the first 100 feet of the properties located south of 6th Street. Those are the first 2 plotted lots located south of 5th Street, regardless of the use. The current regulations allow for a height limit of 75 feet for residential and mixed-use buildings and 50 feet for commercial uses. The Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association wanted to see that height restricted a little bit further. Staff has concerns with restricting that further because the FAR in this area is 2.0. There are some lots that are located entirely within the first 100 feet, and by restricting that height below 50 feet, they would not be able to develop appropriately consistent with their FAR limitations. For reference, across the street, north of 6th Street, in the Flamingo Park residential area, they do have a height limit of 35 feet. However, they have an FAR limit of 1.25 as opposed to 2.0. So therefore, 35 feet makes sense with an FAR of 1.25. It is very difficult to develop 2.0 FAR at 35 feet. So that's the reason for that disagreement. In regards to high-impact commercial uses, Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association is suggesting that there be additional limitations placed on those uses. Staff believes that in the proposal that was provided to you, that there are significant new limits that would minimize the impacts of alcoholic beverage establishments, and then incentivize those uses locating closer to 5th Street as opposed to closer to 6th Street, away from the residential areas. So we think that there are significant safeguards there that allow restaurants and such establishments to exist, but to minimize the impacts to the residential neighborhood. So staff believes that the ordinance that's provided to you achieves a good balance between protecting the quality of life of residents north of 6th Street and the ability to develop commercial uses south of 6th Street. And it's also important to note that the ordinance that's before you is the ordinance that was recommended by the Land Use and Sustainability Committee, and that's the ordinance that the City Commission referred to the Planning Board. So if there are significant changes recommended by the ordinance, it may require an additional referral because this is the ordinance that was referred. So I previously, last month, I described what the ordinance does. I don't know if you want me to elaborate more on that to refresh everybody's memory. But with that, staff recommends that the Planning Board transmit the proposed ordinance to the City Commission with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you, Rogelio. Mark?
Thank you. Mark Needle. I live at 914 Lenox. I've been tagged by the Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association, much as Gerald did with this last item. So I'll be going through our approach to this, and at the end of it, I'm going to ask you to direct some further discussion on this, but I would like you to change the frame from the staff's vision to the resident's vision here. And why don't I go through our presentation? I'm just going to keep it at a high level, and because I'm going to ask you to continue this to discussion, negotiations, I'm not going to go too much into depth, but I will just tell you that we do have differences, and at the last Flamingo Park meeting, we took an informal sentiment of the group, and there was a universal feeling that we do not back the current ordinance and would not want it to go forward. If this was the case, we would prefer to have the matter continued and work on the political representatives. We didn't really have an opportunity to present these things at the land use. We accepted that it would just come out and we would have this discussion as we did with the Alton overlay, where we really at the planning board went through all the details and hashed out what the impacts and regulations should be. That's what we assumed would happen, and we're really grateful for the opportunity now to be given this time to present to you and tell you where we're coming from. If I could get the video now, I'll just go through the presentation and try to give you a sense of why we feel strongly about this. Okay. So again, I'm presenting what is a unanimous resident position for the Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association, and I want you to see this as I mentioned last time, as one of a series of things that Flamingo Park has initiated and that have been very successful for resolving a series of conflicts. So the first one was Flamingo Park infill, where it was spurred by redevelopments that were creating physical incompatibilities with the existing historic low-scale form. And the solution was a form-based overlay so that the new projects were compatible with the historic fabric. And the staff did an excellent job of developing this. It resulted in reduced conflicts. Instead of coming before boards and fighting every single proposal, it gave fair ground rules, clear guidance, and it really did what it was supposed to do. It gave the clarity to the developers, and it protected the investments of the others who had invested in these historic low-rise buildings. Second one is the Alton Road overlay, which was referred to. Here the spur is commercial aggregations, and I want to draw your attention to that. By the way, I've passed this out to all of you so you have it in front of you. So it's here we're looking at not so much what happens when one property develops, but what happens when you aggregate these properties and suddenly your scale is much higher. And so there's physical incompatibilities and use incompatibilities. So our solution was to use the same kind of form-based limits that we had done in the Flamingo Park neighborhood and apply them to the edge and have use restrictions at the edge that pushed the uses to Alton Road, the major thoroughfare. And the result of this, again, reduced conflicts, greater clarity for developers, and it protected the historic investments of those of us in the who have invested in low-rise historic residences. The third one now is what's before you, the 6th Street overlay. If you look at this, it's exactly the same. The spur is commercial aggregations, and it's physical and use incompatibilities, and I'm going to show you that. And our solution is exactly the same as for the Alton. Form-based limits and use restrictions that push back those intense impacts. And we expect the results to be the same. This is nothing more than setting fair ground rules so that instead of having project by project conflicts and disputes, we're giving clarity to what should be developed and how when you're aggregating. And some restrictions that apply even if you're not aggregating. So right now, 6th Street is out of balance. And this incompatibility has led to a domino effect, which you can see here in these pictures, and you can go and see it yourself in between this and the next meeting. Over our objections, a large aggregation was overwhelmed a 2-story historic complex. That incompatibility, that's the Target garage in commercial complex. And we asked for it to be stepped back, and that was not agreed to. And that then has justified turning this low-rise into a large hotel, which not only brings higher scale to 6th Street, but higher intensity to 6th Street. By contrast, the Alton Road model works. On aggregated lots, we're requiring the stepping back, and with our backing of that compromise, the 1- and 2-story buildings are not overwhelmed. You can see on the left the stepping back there away from 1 story, even though that's actually not a historic building that's right in front of you there, but you can see the stepping. And you can see on the right-hand picture from a similar 2-story complex how it's not overwhelmed by the aggregated development right behind it. So the residential and commercial uses are better integrated, and the higher scale and use intensity on Alton Road do not devalue our residential investments in properties. So there are competing visions here that you need to realize you're setting a new ground rules for. On 5th Street side, it's a commercial gateway for the city. This is what I've heard from developers. It's zoned CPS 3 on both sides. Transit corridor, it's 6 lanes with a divide. It's large-scale redevelopment, up to 75 feet. And it's citywide commercial purposes, major retail, gas stations, parking garages. It's high-intensity uses, big box stores, and the potential for more. On 6th Street, we've got a neighborhood edge. It's CPS 3 is adjacent to RM1. The pedestrian corridor is 2 lanes with residential parking. Its low-scale preservation is with a context of 1 to 3 stories. That is the built environment, and for the most part, the part that's in Flamingo, it's already controlled by the infill development. On the other side, it's not. Local friendly businesses, there's 2 groceries there, laundry, hair salons, cafes. These are the kinds of commercial uses that really serve the resident needs, and we love having them on 6th Street. And we want to have minimized impacts from development because 6th Street is part of Florida's most walkable neighborhood, and we want to keep it that way. So there's a need for balance here between the 5th Street vision and the 6th Street vision, and I'm here to represent the 6th Street vision from the perspective of the residential community. Our request today is following the same models that we've done before. It's triggered by specific needs, it's targeted to those impacts, we're balancing the property rights that are involved, and it's got proven effectiveness. So as it relates to the need, we already know that from what I've shown you, that massing is incompatible with the low scale, and it just overwhelmed the historic term of the 2-story historic that was there. And the uses can be incompatible as well. That hotel is a perfect example of something that does not belong on 6th Street. And on 4th Street, we've been told by South Point folks who support what we're doing that they experienced this with a nightlife whose effects were spilling, creating blockages in the streets and outdoor gatherings and really creating noise impacts all through their residential areas on 4th Street. We want to avoid that with fair ground rules up front. We do differ from staff. They're pretty much in line with us on the concept here, but we differ how far back it needs to go. Again, I've already said this about how we're targeting it to the specific impacts. The balance here, we do accept that 5th Street should be a high-intensity traffic corridor. We do accept preserving the FAR in this corridor. Nothing that we will end up with is going to threaten the use of that FAR. We are willing to grandfather these existing uses that I've cited to you as what we do not want to continue. And we're even negotiating with a property that is not grandfathered, that is not vested, that would be affected by this. And we're going to see what we can come up with in regard to that one use case. So our vision is a transitional zone that protects the quality of life and residential property values and the charm and, in fact, the historic charm and pedestrian qualities. Lastly, the proven effectiveness, and I'll just end on this point. The Alton Road overlay has been so successful that there are 3 projects now that have been built. The one that we contested, which I showed you the picture of, that's the 9th Street office commercial garage use. The 7th Street complex, which you could see in one of the pictures as not impacting the 2-story historic, a medical complex and garage. And now approval has been given by FP&A for a library medical complex. Again, and we even agreed to a waiver as a part of that. The overlay works, the stepping back works. We are cognizant that a single non-aggregated property is in a different situation. We want to incentivize what we consider to be the needed uses, which are historic, maintaining the historic where it exists, encouraging workforce housing where it exists. But other than that, we're willing to let anyone develop as is if it's a single property and potentially even a double property. But where there is aggregation, we're asking you to give direction, to follow what works, to ask staff to work with us and the developers that are coming forward now to maintain the formula that's been proven to work. Only vary it if there are specific needs, as was cited there. If you want to say that for a single property you need to waive the height, we're fine with smart and reasonable variations from the formula because it's oriented 90 degrees from the Alton Road overlay. And so we're willing to go through that thinking process. But right now, the direction has not been given. We thought our ordinance would travel with this. 6th Street is unprotected because it was not even covered by the infill ordinance, because even though it's physically the same as the Flamingo Park neighborhood, legally it's part of an Ocean Beach district. So it has never had even the infill protections, much less the edge protections. And we're asking you to endorse going forward with something that uses the residents' proven vision as the starting point for this, and we will hold discussions of the minutia for another time. I will not be here in person. We'll be joining by Zoom at the next time, so that's why I'm very appreciative that you would entertain today to hear this framing of the discussion from the residents' point of view, and we can have further discussion if you like, but what we'd ask is just to continue it to the next meeting, but to ask staff, have some discussion amongst yourselves if you like, ask any questions if you like, but let's start working from the Flamingos' proven formula from Alton Road as the framework for this. And if it needs to go back to another committee at the city, that's fine. We're not in a rush. We want to get it right, not get it fast. In fact, we don't support the current staff vision.
Thanks a lot, Mark. Very appreciate it. Mickey, just confirm that you will agree with the continuance.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'll be very brief. Yes, we've had communications with Mark and Scott Needham and also from Flamingo Park. We believe we have a lot of common ground. We sent some stuff out last week. Mark was away, but he's back, so we have time the next couple weeks to meet, hopefully come back to you with a compromise that we're all happy with, but we just need a little more time. So we're in agreement. If we could continue it, give us that time. We hope to have that solved. Thank you.
Could you please tell us, Mickey, the address of the properties you're representing on 6th Street?
Absolutely. I meant to, but I was speaking too fast. Our office represents the owners of 555 Jefferson, which is the Estefans, and we also represent, ironically, the hotel that Mark put up, which is already fully approved. Russell Galbert owns that at 1030 6th Street. Those are the two.
Wait, what's the second address?
1030 6th Street.
And who owns that?
Galpin.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
No, so we're going to continue it, but
Yeah, can I ask Mark just one question?
Sure.
Because there's like a lot going on here. So when I read it over, Mark, it seemed to me that, tell me if this is correct, you and the opposition agree on outdoor 10 p.m., indoor midnight. Is that true? For the uses, did you guys agree on that?
So the staff's vision of uses was, as I told you last time, we're largely okay with the staff's vision of uses, except we would go back further. So we're going to discuss that one existing property and see if we can come up with something that would give the residents some protections while allowing them to go forward in a, I want to say it's grandfathered, but it's not really grandfathered, but as something that we would be willing to accept for.
When I was reading through this whole thing, it seemed like the only thing that the two sides aren't agreeing on is that you want a 50-foot setback, 50 feet high with a 100-foot setback, and they want 75 feet high. Is that true?
No, the staff is proposing 50 foot instead of 75. And for I think it's 100 feet. But what we're asking for is to follow the Alton Road model, which is unless it's small project or waived, for aggregated projects, we want it to be stepped back in the same way as Alton, with this 28 to 40 feet for I forget what the
28-foot
distance,
height,
but it's
going 40 feet back.
28, starting at 20. So the front
Yeah.
of an aggregate, let's say that it takes over the entire block. One of the things staff wants to do is have full block, the possibility of full block aggregations. Where it's coming to 6th Street, we want it to be 28 feet, which is what everything else is. That's the scale there. We want it to then step back to 40 feet, and then to go to its full height beyond that. So it's the same thing that's been done on Alton, where we have the 28 to 40 foot step backs. So we're just adapting it, and we're not contesting the idea that on a small property, the rules can be different.
Because it helps if you write, because I don't see that 28 feet, 40 feet anywhere. Like if you take, this page that has all the underlines, what the new ordinance is proposed to be, if you take that, it's like 2 pages long, and tell us, like, next time, exactly where you don't agree with it, because this is what we look at.
Right. So I was going to prepare for you a table of difference by difference, and we were going to go through all that.
Well,
and I didn't.
If you do it, like, right here on these pages.
What we did is we let the staff's analysis speak for itself, because the staff had presented our vision and its vision at the land use committee. And so we thought that was an adequate summary of the issues. But we will boil down a table showing those differences. And we will try to resolve some of them further with the affected properties.
And what about the uses? Are you and the other side agreeable on the uses? I think it says in here no entertainment and the hours of operation.
The staff largely supported our contention that the uses needed to be pushed back, that the intense uses need to be pushed back. Where there are differences is in transient uses. We want to be more bold in pushing transient uses away from 6th Street. And to some extent, that's becomes legally questionable territory, and we want this to take the most strong stance that can be taken under the current law.
Okay, well, you got a lot of work to do, because to get rid of transient, you got to give something. And then they pro-offer no transient, you know what I'm saying?
All right, if you guys
Anyway.
don't mind, because we're going to continue this, we have several, no, what, I don't want to cut you off. but if
And
you-
then the distance of the use was the other thing.
And by the way, feel free to
Setback.
communicate by email on things you want, but I just don't want to, since we're going to continue it anyway and revisit it, we have a lot to do, so is that okay with everybody?
We do
Anyone else
have two
anything
people
critical?
online.
Sorry?
We do have two people online.
Oh,
if
I'm
you'd
sorry,
like
go
to
ahead.
public hearing. We have Johan Moore.
And people that are online, please understand this is going to be continued as further negotiations and modifications are included and brought back next month. So please be brief because we have a lot of things to get done. Thanks.
Yes, good afternoon, Commission board members and staff. I just want to thank Mark for presenting 2 years' worth of the community's work on this issue. And I just want to address something that there may be a misconception on, that there is somehow a prioritization, only a lopsided one, of residents or neighborhood interest over potential developers' interests. In fact, as Mark pointed out, if we have clarity on what the community is willing to accept and what the community absolutely opposes, it actually makes it easier for developers. I was under the impression that we were a little closer together at that Land Use and Sustainability Committee meeting, and so I'm appreciative of the board's time in hearing our issues again. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Mitch Novick.
Good afternoon, Planning Board. Mitch Novick. I manage a property at 610 Jefferson Avenue. I want to thank Mark and the FPNA for their stance on these changes. I'm in full agreement. I'm particularly concerned with the redevelopment of 555 Jefferson. That's just about catty corner across the street from me. Of course, I'm concerned with entertainment uses and traffic impacts that may be created. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it.
Okay, someone want to move to continue this to?
Motion.
Are we doing it for June? 1 month, 2 months? What do you want?
This is great.
Can we say June, and then if we want more time, ask for it
Yeah,
to
you
simply
would
to be
tell staff
continued?
you want to continue,
Yeah.
and it'll be on a motion for continuance.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if June is doable, but let's see if we can.
All right, we'll put it on for June, and then if you guys want to continue, you'll let staff know.
Yeah.
All right, someone want to move it to June, please?
And we'll give you a breakdown of more details of where the differences are. We wanted to keep this a little high level.
Great, thank you, Mark, really appreciate it.
Motion to
any
continue this
second?
item until the June meeting.
All right, Tanya seconded it, so it's to move it to the June calendar.
It's June 27th.
All in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay. We do it by acclamation? Great, thank you. All right, next is Planning Board item number 4, Planning Board File 230585 North Beach nuisance uses, I'm sorry.
Okay, so this is another item that was discussed last month by the Planning Board, and it was continued with direction to provide some additional information. Just briefly, this ordinance, what this does is it creates an overlay north of 63rd Street that prohibits certain uses entirely. Those include tobacco and vape dealers, occult science establishments, tattoo studios, vitamin stores, pawn shops, souvenir and T-shirt stores. And then it provides caps on other types of uses, so that includes 6 packaged liquor stores, 4 check cashing stores, and the draft before you is for 15 convenience stores. The City Commission wanted specific direction from the Planning Board in regards to the cap on the number of convenience stores. So last month, the Planning Board directed staff to do some additional research in terms of finding out the number of convenience stores. Because they are categorized as merchant sales, it's very difficult to decipher which ones are convenience stores versus any other type of stores. They're all categorized the same in terms of the business tax receipt. So Alejandro and I went out, we surveyed each of the businesses on the list, and we determined that there's between 16 and 19 convenience stores. 16 for sure. There were 3 that were more likely grocery stores and not convenience stores, so it's between 16 and 19. 16 is probably the more realistic number. In regards to distance separation, the planning board wanted some additional information on distance separation. Several of these uses already have distance separation requirements, so that includes tobacco vape dealers. Tobacco and vape dealers are required to not locate closer than 1,200 feet from each other. There's a lot that are existing legally non-conforming, convenience stores that sell cigarettes, gas station that sells cigarettes, other types of things like that. They are currently prohibited within 500 feet of any property used for a school. And they are specifically prohibited along Normandy Drive and 71st Street within the North Beach Town Center Central Core District and within the Ocean Terrace and Harding Town Site area. Vitamin stores also have distance separation. They're required to not be located closer than 1,200 feet from each other, and they are prohibited within 500 feet of any property used as a school. And then packaged liquor stores, they have a minimum distance separation between other liquor stores of 1,500 feet, so it's actually a little larger. They're required to not locate within 300 feet of a school, and then not closer than 300 feet of a place of worship. And then they're also prohibited on 71st Street within the North Beach Town Center Central Core and within the Ocean Terrace Harding Town Site area. We provided also zoning maps so that you can see where those areas are located. And so specifically, the areas that would be most affected by this ordinance are the CD2 district located between 65th and 69th Street and RM3 properties that have accessory commercial uses. Because in many of the other areas of the North Beach district, these uses are already regulated, they're already prohibited. So that's the area that's going to be primarily affected by this. A convenience store is the one use that is generally not regulated today, with the exception of the Ocean Terrace Harding Town Site area, which has a limit of 1, even though there are actually a few other convenience stores in that area. So that's the additional information that we're providing to you, and staff continues to recommend that the planning board transmit the ordinance to the city commission with a favorable recommendation, and to provide a specific recommendation as to the cap of convenience stores.
Thanks, Aurelio. Anybody in the chambers to speak on this? Anybody on Zoom?
Nobody on Zoom.
Okay, close the public hearing. Gail?
Okay, so let me get this straight. Nothing has changed, except now you're just giving us more information. Before, I thought bodegas and convenience stores were limited in number. Is that still true in this new ordinance?
That's one of the primary intents of the ordinance, is to limit the number of convenience stores and the proliferation of convenience stores, yes.
And is a bodega a convenience store?
We don't define bodega. Generally, they are. They sell a mix of goods, some food products, some other convenience items, household
Because
goods.
my main concern last time was that people need to eat food, and some people don't have cars, and there should be lots of places to buy food. And it was concerning to me. I didn't think bodegas and convenience stores really should be limited.
So they are different from a grocery store. A grocery store that is primarily selling food is allowed and not regulated by this ordinance.
I know, but in these areas, there are no really big grocery stores. That's why people, mom and pops, build bodegas and convenience stores. But you're saying, and I don't think we realized this last time, that there's already in place a law that has distance separation for vapes. Is that what you're saying? And distance separation for vitamins and marijuana dispensary. It's already in the law. It's not this law. It's already there.
That's
And also liquor stores. It's already in the law.
That's correct.
Okay, so that's good that it's already there. I don't know if we realized that last time.
Yeah, this ordinance goes a step further and in some cases prohibits the use outright.
Okay, so it goes a step further.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's good. I guess that makes me feel better, but I'm still hung up on the bodega convenience store. Does anybody else have an opinion?
Yeah,
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say whatever is currently there is grandfathered in. I think when you ran the numbers, there were 16 or 19 in that area?
Between 15 and 19 that
Yeah.
16
So
sorry 16 and
whatever
19.
is there can still operate, and I think there are quite a few, for whatever that's worth.
Where I'm at here, I believe I could generally be supportive of this type of concept, but going back and rewatching our last meeting, we said it was essentially going to be contingent on community outreach. And tell me if I'm wrong, I've heard from several in the area that there wasn't community outreach, and it seemed like that was the staff's recommendation. So while I'm supportive of the general concept, I don't want North Beach to become Washington Avenue from, 8th to 15th Street, just littered with smoke and vape shops and things like that. I feel it's important to get this right, and to get it right, you need community input. So essentially what I'm saying to my colleagues is, I want to come around on this ordinance, but I feel the need to get it right, and to get it right, we need community outreach. I'm disappointed that that wasn't initiated, so I wouldn't be in a position to vote favorably on that at this point. But if we're able to essentially have input and feedback from the community, I hope to be in a position to do so.
What I can say is we used our constant contact system to send email blasts regarding this ordinance above what we normally do, with specific details as to what the ordinance does. And I did, prior to the last meeting, receive several emails. I haven't received any emails since then from some business owners in the area, which I responded to let them know, it doesn't affect existing businesses and what really what the ordinance does. Barring that, to have, for example, a community meeting, we would need direction from either the city commission or the land use committee to be able to hold that, because there are staff implications that take place as a result of that. But so that's what we did in terms of getting the community.
That's what I would like to see. Just, reach out to the community, say, at the library, Tuesday evening, 6:30 p.m., and maybe next Thursday for people that aren't able to attend, come and give us your feedback. Do we need more bodegas, less bodegas? Do we need to redefine bodegas? I would like community input on this. So again, I generally want to get there on this ordinance, but I'm uncomfortable doing so without getting more community feedback.
Yeah, I'd like to. I share your sentiments, Joe, and I've heard from folks in the neighborhood, and you and I exchange and Tom exchange emails about who needs to authorize the community outreach. I'm looking for it here. I made a note of it, but I'm not seeing where I notated this in the documents, because nobody's trying to zone things out of existence. If somebody already has a business there, no one's trying to shut a business, but we don't want it to become pawn shop central, right? So I think bodegas need to be held separately, because they provide a service for the community in a way that a vape shop doesn't necessarily, or, a tarot card shop might not. Taking into account, however, also that there are cultural differences between North Beach and the other parts of the city. But, when we said community outreach, that is clearly what we had in mind, more than just an email. And so I understand now that it needs to come from a different body. But like I said, I was trying to find it in here. I noted it when I was reviewing the documents, but when this type of process was put in place for South Beach, because this is not targeting North Beach, this is trying to do sort of a citywide, let's sort of clean up the nuisance uses and make room for more beneficial uses. But there was outreach in the form of community outreach and as a meeting with businesses and neighbors and residents and stuff like that. And I would just like the same standard of care applied to South Beach be applied to North Beach. And I don't know how we can do that, since we don't have the authority as the planning board to require that. I don't know if that's a request we can make. I don't know. That's my first point. The second point is I'm much more inclined to be comfortable with this if we can separate out bodegas as, something that has a beneficial use from the other businesses. And then if we can apply distance standards to everything as opposed to just some of the items. Because to me, that seems more consistent, a way of doing it.
So explain, okay, I think you touched on it a minute ago. Obviously, Joe and Tanya both want more community involvement. What is it that you can do that we can't do? You can ask the commission?
That we would need direction from the city commission to
have like a
to
workshop?
Have a workshop, yeah.
But
Or a commission committee to have a workshop.
the original intent for, I guess, trying to put the cap specifically on the bodegas was what? I mean, the other reasons are apparent. On the bodegas,
So it's convenience stores. So some bodegas are more geared towards groceries, and those are not prohibited by this. Some are not. They sell other types of uses and
Such
they-
as?
a lot of beer and wine, they sell a lot of cigarettes, they sell other things, and they tend to draw a crowd that is not beneficial to the community.
So
see
could
this
we
in
include-
some of the ones on Washington Avenue.
Could we include language, if this were to pass, could we include language that says, grocery stores are kind of expressly allowed? It's only convenience stores that include X, Y, and Z that are not?
I think that's implied because we're not, grocery store is not in the list of prohibited uses here.
But
And we have a
explicitly saying
separate-
it might make those residents who kind of want, the grocery stores in their neighborhoods.
Well, like always, we
To be
can,
allowed.
if we vote on it, we can then make recommendations like we always do in a separate motion to the commission that they consider, right?
Yeah.
So the question I'm hearing is whether we continue this for more community outreach. I'm surprised because last time we did get emails from a few of the residents with some thoughts and concerns. I got none this time, at least I didn't. And yet you're confirming that there was an email outreach to all the affected parties?
Yeah, and we sent it actually again prior to this meeting for additional feedback.
Right. All right.
Maybe it was
Well,
that outreach that got people happy. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, do you see any downside to a continuance? I mean, I'm fine moving it on and letting the commission decide with our thoughts, but
I don't know. Let me ask Tom if the sponsor has any concerns with allowing this to.
And sorry, just before you do that, if we were to vote on it and it got passed back to the commission, there would be further time between now and when the commission hears it for there to be that additional community support.
That's
no?
right.
So,
Yeah, I have a message from Tom. So there is a distinction between bodega and a convenience store. Bodegas and convenience stores are often used interchangeably, but there is a technical difference between the two. Grocery stores, bodegas primarily sell food. Convenience stores have a mix of things. They have some food, but they have other magazines, household goods, other things that make them a different type of a store than
So
a-
they
than a
don't fall
grocery
under convenience store?
They do not.
But because the last time we had, it seemed the debate was between residents who were upset that these bodegas were going to be pressured out, and some people really wanted to see these bodegas stay. So we're having a discussion about bodegas, which finally is not relevant at all to what we're looking at, is what you're saying.
That's correct.
They're not affected.
They're not affected.
Okay, so to my mind, that's a good thing. Then the other part of it is, if we have some standards that, these businesses could operate, but they need to be, there needs to be no more than X number based on distance, why wouldn't we just make that a standard thing so that we don't open ourselves up to any issues about businesses claiming that they're being subjected to unfair business practices?
So
Like, again, we all agree with the goal of trying to tidy things up and try to alleviate potential nuisance businesses and make it consistent citywide, right? So I'm trying to bring a little more consistency.
So, of the uses that are proposed to be prohibited by this ordinance, and I'm going to sort these into two groups, the ones that are limited in number and the ones that are just outright prohibited.
good.
So talking about the ones that are outright prohibited. Today, the only one that has distance separation is tobacco and vape dealers, and they are prohibited in certain areas. The other ones do not have distance separation, so your concern is to not prohibit them, but instead provide a distance separation for them? So that would be occult science establishment, tattoo studio, vitamin store, pawn shop. Sorry, and pawn shop also has distance separation. Vitamin store has distance separation, and souvenir and T-shirt stores.
Okay, so the two that have distance separation are vitamin stores and tobacco and vape dealers. And the biggest concerns with those two are that they can also effectively be CBD or weed dispensaries. depending
Not
on-
weed, but yes.
CBD, okay. So, and then these other occult science establishments, tattoo studios, pawn shops, and souvenir stores, we're just trying to eliminate them completely or minimize them? What is,
So if they're there, they can remain, but yeah, the goal is for there to not be new ones necessary.
They'd become a non-conforming
They
use.
become a legally non-conforming use.
What was the last part? What was going to become legal non-conforming?
The occult science establishments, tattoo studios, pawn shops, souvenir and T-shirt stores, They would be
As
legal
long as they're there, they
Yeah,
can
I'm okay.
operate. Yeah. Speaking of community involvement, is there anyone here on Zoom?
We have no hands raised on Zoom.
And nobody here, right? Okay, so we'll close the public hearing. All right.
I'm a bit concerned in us, putting caps and taking decisions. I find it a bit reckless when we don't have a true understanding of what the actual outcome and impact on doing something like that. I don't think a tattoo store should be that big of a deal in a neighborhood, as long as it's not creating. There's some of these businesses that are not necessarily negatives in a neighborhood. So I just find we're kind of reckless into all of a sudden having to decide what's allowed and not allowed with not understanding how it truly affects the neighborhood. I'm not sure we're in a position to do that based on, we have no data, no research, I know we're trying to prevent, too much concentration and there's of this, but based on what? For us to decide on a number based on what?
Do we have data, because this was rattling around in my brain too, so thank you for raising it, but do we have statistics of businesses that would be phased out that are bad operators, or is this just based on the type of business?
Just based on the type of business. Any existing one, even if they're a bad operator, can continue operating badly. Unless they're violating the code, in which case code enforcement could take actions.
Right, they just become non-conforming, like we said.
And if an existing business doesn't close but changes location, so tattoo shop's been there for 50 years, their rent goes up, they move to another block, does that mean that they now have closed and are reopening, or would they be allowed to continue just?
They would not be able to move if they're a prohibited use. They would be at their location as long as they want, but if they wanted to move, they would not be able to reopen.
Right,
I
and
think
even
that
a
came
new
up
operator
before with
could-
a liquor store on Alton Road, actually. Mom and Pop, it came up at the city commission meeting maybe about a year and a half ago.
That's correct. Yep. Now, the ones that have caps, so convenience stores, rather than being prohibited, what's proposed is a cap of 15 right now, but, that number can change. If a convenience store closed, it could relocate because rather than prohibiting the use, we're establishing a cap on the number.
Right, as opposed to prohibiting it.
Right.
All right, well, we know the issues, so anyone want to move?
I'll try.
Okay.
Let's see. I would make a motion to approve this with a favorable recommendation to the commission, with the exception that tattoo studios be removed from the prohibited uses and moved over into kind of the cap by distance, with the additional caveat and request that between now and the next commission meeting, there be additional community outreach that the commission can then use to inform their vote.
When would this come before the commission? June?
Like the June meeting, yeah.
Okay.
That's correct.
When
Could
is
we
that?
perhaps define what that community outreach is? Because I'm not sure if email to some business is adequate, so I could get behind what Yehiel said.
Well-
If we would say with the recommendation or necessitate that, there's a public community meeting held.
Well, let me ask something. Is this one of the matters that has a first reading and a second reading?
Yes, this would have two readings.
Okay, all right. So that gives us time. So the recommendation would be that it's favorable recommendation with a suggestion that tattoo shops be removed from prohibited to a cap, and that we encourage the commission to engage in community outreach via
In-person meeting.
in-person workshop.
And do we want to just clarify, since this was news to all of us, that bodegas and convenience stores are treated differently under the code, just so that everybody is 100% crystal clear on that?
Doesn't seem
Just
like
trying to
they
think,
want to.
mechanically how that would look in the code. Because they have separate definitions, grocery
Yeah,
store.
what you read to me makes it very clear. I
Right.
think we just
Yeah,
didn't
I
know
think
that
it's there.
that distinction
Okay,
was
okay.
Yeah.
was in
All right,
place.
great. With that, do I have a second?
Wait, I don't think we can make that kind of motion. I thought that we can only do favorable or unfavorable.
That's what we're doing, and then we're
And then
making
you do a different amendment, a
Right.
different
a
motion.
motion for with a recommendation. Okay.
Because otherwise, the commission doesn't get,
Right, okay. So the first motion is a favorable recommendation, and then we will have a second motion with what the concerns that were just articulated are. So can I get a second on the first motion?
Second.
Great, okay. This is the first motion of passing it favorably to the commission.
Favorable.
And then we're going to have a second motion with suggested thoughts for the commission.
Okay, that first motion was Mr. Cement?
Yep. Yeah. And Jonathan seconded.
Jonathan second, okay. So that's a motion to transmit to the city commission with a favorable recommendation. Roll call, Ms. Speedy?
Yay, yes.
Spot?
No.
Mr. Cement?
Yes.
Ms. Jerem?
No.
Mr. Elias?
Yes.
Mr. Frieden?
Yes.
Mr. Magazine?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, now,
Second motion.
the second motion is to suggest to the commission that when they, if they pass the ordinance, that they remove tattoo shops from prohibited to capped, that they strongly
outreach.
encourage community outreach in the way of an in-person workshop.
Located in
Whether
the
it's
North
before
Beach
first
corridor.
reading or between first reading and second reading.
Located in North Beach.
And North Beach in-person workshop.
And in person and Zoom, ideally. And I'll second that.
Okay, seconded by Tanya?
One clarification, so moving tattoo studios from prohibited to cap uses, would you suggest a cap that is the number that are there today?
How many are there?
How many are there today?
I don't know if I have that specific information.
That's fine, because if they're all thriving and
Yeah, I mean,
then there's a need, and if they're,
Yeah.
let's just leave it whatever it is.
I'll accept that.
Yeah, whatever it is.
But I think it goes to the point of why community outreach is needed. We don't know if we have too many, too less, so it would be good to get the community's input on that.
Right. But for our purposes, it'll be whatever, capped at whatever it is now.
Okay, so yeah, that would allow them, if they did need to move to, your concern, they would be able to
Correct.
move.
And again, the community, now that we've kind of flagged the tattoo shop as one of the things that might move, the community might say, hey, we love them, not a problem. They might say, hey, we hate them.
And since Alex is here, he hears us loud and clearly.
You made it easy.
Sorry to point you out. And so we have a first by Gilles and a second by Tanya.
Okay, motion. One second. Okay. Roll call, Ms. Speedy?
Yes.
Spot?
Yes.
Mr. Cement?
Yes.
Ms. Jerem?
Yes.
Mr. Elias?
Yes.
Mr. Frieden?
Yes.
Mr. Magazine?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great. All right, thank you. Moving right along, number 7, Planning Board File 230584, Residential Office Regulations for CD2 districts.
Okay.
Seven.
7, which is, 102 on your book. Rogelio.
So currently, just way of background, this is an ordinance amendment to the CD2 district and also creates a new definition. So currently, the CD2 district allows for mixed-use projects, basically projects where at least 25% of the floor area ratio, to have an additional 0.5 FAR. So if 25% of the floor area ratio is used for residential or hotel uses, they get an additional 0.5 FAR. The request here is to allow for that additional 0.5 FAR to be used for residential offices. So what this does is it creates a new definition for residential office, and that definition provides that residential office means a residential dwelling unit which may be used jointly for residential living space together with office use, provided that such unit includes living space that is contiguous with the office space and contains separate bedrooms as well as abutting bathroom, full kitchen, and cooktop with refrigerator, sink, and range, as well as dining area. And additionally, the following shall be applicable for units that are 4,000 square feet in size or less. At least 1,000 square feet shall be dedicated to a residential use and contains a minimum of 1 bedroom. And then for units that are greater than 4,000 square feet in size, at least 25% of the unit shall be dedicated to residential use and contain at least 2 bedrooms. And then what this ordinance does is it provides that within the CD2 district, residential office is one of the uses which are allowed for that 25% FAR bonus. It also sets forth that in order to be able to use that bonus, the owner must voluntarily execute a restrictive covenant running with the land in a form approved by the city attorney, affirming that in perpetuity, none of the residential office units on the property shall be leased or rented for a period of less than 6 months and 1 day. So essentially, if somebody wants to use this new definition for residential office, they would have to prohibit short-term rentals for those units. Staff supports this amendment because it would allow for additional opportunities for residents to live and work within the city. It would help to minimize the need for people to commute outside of the city in order to work. And it supports a lot of our goals of developing office space. So with that, staff recommends that the planning board transmit the ordinance to the city commission with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you. Michael?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, board member, staff. Michael Larkin, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, here representing the applicant. It's Arcadia. David Aaron is appearing via Zoom. I hope he is. And Paul Savage is here to my right, my partner. You all have encountered this Class A office building before. It's at 1840 Alton Road, just north of Day Boulevard. You all consider it a 50,000 square foot rule. You all considered it for an amendment to the maximum height in the district. It's coming along quite nicely. We have our DRB approval, and we're kind of rocketing forward. Paul, go ahead and start the presentation. Thanks. So this is what Rogelio was saying, that the city is looking to encourage this type of live-work throughout the entire city, and it's most appropriate in the CD2 zones. Next slide. This is another example from the city's comprehensive plan with regard to town center, where you can see as much as 4 or 5 years ago, when the town center regulations were being formulated, the comp plan, at least, the policy there cited, encourages the live-work lifestyles as well. And this is the actual legislation you all are considering today. So residential office unit means a residential dwelling unit, which may be used jointly for residential living space together with office use. And then there's a number of what I call guardrails that you put in place and ensure that there will be a residential use within the unit. And then if you get down to 1 and 2, it says for units that are 4,000 square feet or less, at least 1 bedroom, and for more than 4,000 square feet, have 2 bedrooms. Next slide. So this shows you that at the back of the CD2 regulations, there's something called mixed-use building, and this has been in the code for a long time. And it just says when more than 25% of the total area of a building is used for residential and hotel, that's what it says now, we're adding residential office, the floor area ratio shall be as set forth in RM2. Well, in RM2 is 2.0. So basically the base in CD2 is 1.5, but the bonus for a long time now has been another 0.5 increment if you have more than 25% of your floor area be either residential or hotel. We're clarifying that residential office is another one of the residential uses that can also be under this definition. Next slide. And this is just our efforts to show you in RM2 is 2.0. This is the way that it's worded now. We would simply be adding residential office in the bottom. Next slide. This is location of our Class A office building. It's next to the veterinary clinic, north of where Michael's Arts and Crafts used to be. It fronts on Alton Road. It's an ideal location for a Class A office building. Next slide. This is a rendering of it. I think that is the end of our presentation. Next slide. Sorry, no, I don't want to shortchange Sunset Harbor Neighborhood Association. So we've been working closely with them throughout this whole approval process, and when it came to this code amendment, they made a request that if we are going to have a residential office unit, that we proffer a covenant that prohibits any type of short-term rental or transient uses within this property. And we, of course, agreed to that. We've been on good terms with this neighborhood association from the beginning, and this was a simple ask, and we agreed to it. So it's going to be a part of the legislation. Next slide. And now that's it. So we're here to answer any questions you all might have. Happy to do so.
Thank you. Before we do that, why don't we open it to the public and see if there's any comments?
Have no.
Well, first of all, let me start with, well, I'd rather start with the chambers. Anyway, there's nobody on Zoom?
Nobody on Zoom.
Okay, great.
Good afternoon, Sarah De Los Reyes, Sunset Harbor Neighborhood Association President. We had a discussion and a board meeting about this. It is a great idea. This way, we really don't get short-term rental. I don't think somebody will have short-term rentals when they have a bedroom or a unit within the office, which I think that's very good to actually do to the office, especially in our area outside of the front of the building, that is all going to be a lot of offices there for us. So yeah, I approve that, and I'm working very closely with all the developers on this.
Thank you so much.
One
as
question
always.
that
Sure.
I have. The 25, I understand this about in the same space, the bedrooms in there, but they still can have a separate wing. If you build an office building like 1920, they still have the wing that they have the residential, and then they have the office on the other side. That still counts, right? On this ordinance? I just want to clarify that.
I'm not sure I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well, what happened
Sorry.
is 1920 has residential, but they have one side of the building is residential and the other one is Class A office.
Right.
This states that you have Class A
By
office.
side or by floor? It's by side?
No, by side.
Oh, it is? Okay. I
It's
wasn't aware of
actually,
that.
the elevator comes in and then you either go. Now, this states that this is within the office space, that you have the residential unit. Does that deter from that?
So in the building 1920, that's already allowed today because they
Okay.
have, like you said, one side is residential, it's a mixed-use building, but there are no commercial offices no commercial uses within that residential component. What this allows is for those apartment units to have a commercial component as part of the unit, which would not be allowed today. We would not consider that a residential use for today's purposes.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Tracy?
Good afternoon. Tracy Slavens, 3800 Northeast First Avenue, Suite 200. I represent the developers of the 18 Sunset project that's located at 1759 Purdy Avenue, and we are fully in support of this ordinance as well. We think it will benefit the type of tenant and users that we will have for this building. Not only will it help us to attract Class A office tenants, but very high-end residential users as well. And so we are fully in support of the ordinance as drafted. Thank you.
Thank you. Of
Tracy,
Tracy?
and Michael. I'm just having a really hard time wrapping my head around what this would look like. So you have, like H. Stern Jewelers, for instance, and then in the back of the store, you've got a nice two-bedroom apartment. Like, how does this actually work?
I think it's more suited for like an entrepreneur that has a home office. It could be for a psychologist. It could be for any number of people, an accountant. It could
But so
be.
that's what I would have thought normally as well, but then the ratio would be flipped. Like the majority of the living space would be, unless I'm misreading this, sorry. Unless I'm misunderstanding this, it seems like the majority of the space designated should be used for an office space and a smaller portion for the living space, right?
It is.
Okay, so when I was reading, I'm like, oh, this would be cool for a psychologist or an accountant or somebody who needs a small office space because then you have your home and a home office that isn't like your guest room or the baby's room or whatever. But then the ratio is weird, so I can't quite imagine how this would work.
So it's 25% of the overall space over 4,000 is a pretty good substantial residential use. So I'm not sure. It's like, where the dividing line will be will vary from each development. But there's go ahead.
Over 4,000, so 1,000 square feet would be residential,
Right,
but you have 75% of that, which is office.
right. That's the minimum. It could be 25%, it could be higher. But at 25%, it's a reasonable use. Then what has to occur within that 25% are all the different residential indicia that are also in the legislation.
Okay, so it's a minimum of 25%.
minimum,
So it could be as much as 50-50 or 75-25?
Every floor plan is going to be different.
So I've seen a floor plan, and to give it some context, it's approximately 4,000 square feet. So, and it's meant to be a space that is both a workspace, an entertainment space, and a living space for the tenant that will live there. And so there's a bedroom and a bathroom and a full kitchen and a dining area, and there's like what I would call salon or gallery area that's usable as living space.
So it's almost like a loft with a little apartment. So it's a loft space with designated bedroom, kitchen, bathroom, as opposed to one enormous
And the
loft space.
kitchen is a chef grade restaurant level kitchen, so that when there is entertaining for guests, they would use the kitchen. And then there's also still an office space and conference rooms that are convertible. So it works in a very interesting way to allow someone to live, have guests, and work out of the same space. And it's different from traditional home office or live work, where you're not actually allowed to transact business through other employees or, beyond certain limitations in the code. And this allows for a more open business setting for anybody looking to use this kind of space.
What would be a precluded, like a retail space would not be acceptable in there as a business, or do we know that yet?
No, it's specific to office. It says office.
Okay, so
retail would not be.
so retail is separate. Okay. All right, thank you for helping
Wait,
me.
based on what you just asked, can I just play off of that? If there's a building, an office building that's, let's say, 100,000 square feet, are you saying 25% of that has to be residential?
That is what the code says today, yes.
No, your proposal. You keep on throwing out this 25% of 4,000 square feet. But let's say the building is 100 square feet. Then how big will this residential office minimum be?
So, all right, so a 100,000 square foot building, right? You go back to the original definition of mixed-use building, and it says 25% of that 100,000 must be either.
But you're changing the ordinance.
No,
You're saying
no,
that
Gail,
now.
I'm not. No, it's 25% of 100,000, right? So 25% of that either has to be residential, office, or under our proposal, residential. So it's residential, comma, hotel, comma, residential office, right? Those are the three land uses.
Okay, but residential office.
So within the residential office.
I mean, do you guys understand this? Because this is it's a little complicated. I understand it very well. And that's why it's very concerning that they're trying to increase density by 25% citywide, not just for the Sunset Harbor project. Okay, this is citywide, every zone that's CD2. And it's not going to be 25% of the office building is residential. It's 25% of the apartment within a little tiny section of a huge office building. So if it's a 100 square foot building.
100,000.
And 100,000 square foot building, and let's say 4,000 square feet is going to be a residential office, 1,000 feet is the apartment. So within 100,000 square feet, you only need 1,000
No,
square feet.
Not correct.
I think I can clarify.
Yeah,
The way the ordinance is drafted is you're only eligible for that 0.5 FAR incentive now if more than 25% of the total area of the
Yeah,
building.
that's now. I'm not,
is
I know
used
what
for
now is.
resi-
We're talking about
Right,
their
but
proposal.
let me finish.
conflating
What-
two different
What
standards.
this ordinance does is it adds residential office to that list, so that if 25% of the building is either residential office, or hotel unit, then the property is eligible for the 0.5
Okay, so
incentive.
let's say 25% of the building, of a 100,000 square foot building, 25,000 square feet is in residential office. But within that 25,000 square feet, most of it, is office. I mean, that's why.
I beg to differ. It's a residence that has an office use within it. So it is someone's home, but their employees come to them.
Right, and part of, we've gone back and forth on this language because staff in my office were concerned that in order to adopt this legislation, we couldn't be creating a new category of use that would trigger an FAR increase.
I know.
So the definition had to be narrowly drafted so that residential office is still primarily residential. So and that's how the draft that's before you, the nature of each of those units has to be primarily residential. They may have an office component, but the way it's drafted, they're going to be primarily residential.
I don't believe you.
Well,
Because that's not what it says here. If the building is 100,000 square feet, and they're only going to use 25% of the building, they're not going to use 100,000 square feet as a residential office. They're going to use the top floor, 25,000 square feet, for an apartment. And that apartment has to be 25% of 25,000 square feet. That's what it says to me. It doesn't make sense that we're using this as an incentive. That's why there's something inherently wrong about this whole ordinance. You can't incentivize everything, and then there's no incentive. If you incentivize with a bonus an office, if you incentivize with a bonus the hotel, and you incentivize with a bonus the residential, then where's the incentive to do anything? It's just an incentive to build bigger.
If I may maybe give an analogous example.
I guess you could have drawn a picture. I drew a picture of how I interpreted this, and
if you were to
give the example of the residential office component. So what is the maximum amount of space that could be allocated to office within the residential office component?
a maximum of 75% of the floor area of that unit.
Right.
So if I may.
So the residential has to be at least 25%.
Correct, and it has to have all of the amenities listed in the draft ordinance. So if you think about somebody's 5,000 square foot house, and they have 3 bedrooms in their house, or whatever, but they're upstairs in a corner, and the rest of the house is shared space, and maybe the person's, staff comes in every day and helps them with things, and they run their business out of their house, and there's things happening there that are significantly not related to someone sleeping or eating, right? It's an analogous example to how this unit would function, and it would allow the employees to come to the unit.
Okay, but we're not saying you can't have a residential office. They're already in the code, residential offices. You can have as many as you want, but you want the height increase of the office incentive plus the FAR increase for the residential. Like, I don't like that. It's not good for our community to increase density and to just annihilate the bonus FAR, which is very specific to incentivize a particular thing. And now we've just it's gone. It's like there's no incentive for anything.
The Alton Road height incentive for offices, these types of units would not be eligible for those height incentives that exist on Alton Road. Or we also have some on 4th Street and Terminal Island. We have a couple areas. These types of units would not fall under the use that would be authorized to give that extra height increase.
I don't understand what that means. Alton Road is CD2.
Right. So Alton Road has a height incentive for
Right.
buildings that are primarily office.
Well, that's very specific carve-out on Alton Road, right? It may be
Correct.
8th to 11th, and then a
Correct.
couple other streets.
Yeah, and so that was intended to incentivize Class A office development. That's for office uses only, not for residential office uses. So they would not get any extra height incentive for providing a residential office component.
But they just added it, so it would get the residential office incentive. They're adding it citywide. It's not precluded from Alton Road.
And I think what Rogelio was speaking to is the height increase. Gail, you asked about the height increase that's available for office developments in certain parts of the city. These developments would not qualify for the height increase.
It doesn't preclude it in this draft ordinance, the height increase, and
The height increase is specific for office uses. It's very clear in the code. I can pull up it's in the CD2 district.
But there's an.
No, it says it could be 25, you can also put 25%
But the FAR.
apartments in an office on Alton Road and get the FAR increase and the height increase. And now you can put even less than 25% because they're including residential office
I have a, but to, kind of to that point, that, so in your report, the staff's report, it talks about, there's a, the FAR there's an, 0.5 FAR bonus for residential and hotel uses.
Correct.
Okay, so is that what you're talking about? In addition to, because that's for residential, so what this is allowing it to do, or the developers to do, is include offices within those residential uses. So for example, the new development, I mean, they could benefit from, they could say that it's all residential and then benefits from the 0.5 bonus if they put in
It's the
residential
opposite.
offices.
They're going to put in way more office than residential. I know it's very confusing. It's
I don't think it's confusing. You have a base
it's
FAR of
mind-boggling. You're
1.5.
trying to twist
You
the
have- you have-
law.
you have-
That's what you're
Well, I
doing.
appreciate that, but that's not true. It's a base FAR of 1.5, and then you have an increment increase of 0.5. You get that increment increase if you do one of 3 land uses at 25% of your overall floor area. If you do residential or hotel or now residential office, then you can increase your FAR from 1.5 to 2.0. But residential office is just another variation of a residential use. So
So
we're
saying
not
this already-
vitiating the bonus.
This already exists. We're just expanding the usage to include the residential office component.
Right.
How does this apply, Michael, how does this apply to the building at 1840? So what is planned for that with regard to, because I know there was going to be one residential unit there.
Right.
So how does this play into that?
That's a good point.
1840?
It's the one where we represent the
the
Class
picture.
A office building, just north of Veterinary. And
And while you're answering that question, I guess what was the impetus for this? What was the?
Sure. So we had planned from the beginning, we had labeled it a live-work unit, because a live-work unit is already a defined term in the code. And it says in the definition that a live-work unit is a residential unit. And we went through the whole approval process, but toward the end of it, planning department staff, the directors especially, said, Michael, live-work unit in my mind doesn't have sufficient definition and it doesn't qualify under residential use. Let's work together to come up with a variation I'm more comfortable with. And then, yes, it could travel under and be a part of this mixed-use building definition, but at the moment, the live-work unit definition doesn't meet my requirements. So work with me, come up with a variation where I'm more comfortable and you'll be fine. So that's a genesis of it.
I hope we can work on some of these details because I think the concept is actually excellent. From an urban planning perspective, we're looking to diversify our economy and having our office workers be able to live on site actually alleviates some of our traffic problems because they don't have to work on Miami Beach and drive to Brickell and things like that. Knowing Miami like I think I do, I think if we looked at Miami Beach-based IRS returns, the home office deduction would probably be much more prevalent than any of us already realize. But that being said, I do think that this is a great concept. Sarah, thank you for being diligent on the short-term rentals. You always have my support on that. So I'm hoping that we can kind of firm up some of these details because from a conceptual standpoint, it's something that I'm supportive in, that it diversifies our economy, and I actually think it keeps more people living and working here on the beach, which actually alleviates some of our traffic issues.
What details do you want to firm up?
Well, just some of the back and forth that we're.
Well, I'd like to also mention that, you think it's a public benefit to prohibit short-term rental, but it's already prohibited. When you take the height increase, you already have to offer prohibition of short-term rental. So we already got that. It's not like they're given something that we don't already got. So.
Can I ask, so is the purpose, at least, and not to single the 1840 building out, but it's just helping me conceptualize it. So say, for example, you basically have an office building that you want to build for one person's company, right? And they it's four floors, each one's 1,000 square feet, and you put the top floor as the CEO's residence, and for the other 3 floors, you have the CEO's company there, but even though the primary use is not the residence, it's to have the office there for the CEO and his company, could have 50 people coming in every day or 100 people coming in every day. You get the 0.5 FAR increase because it's technically one residence with an office attached by an elevator or by, some other shared space that the CEO can go up and down between. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's one scenario. I haven't heard that from our client. The tenants that are approaching them are smaller family offices. I haven't heard, and our floor plates are not so big to attract big businesses. But what you mentioned is in the realm of possibility, for sure.
Jill?
Two questions. Question one, would the inclusion of this residential office category have any impact or change the 1840 project, which we've already reviewed and approved?
No.
So it's completely consistent with whatever has already been approved?
Correct.
Okay. Question two, and this is really to staff. Would the inclusion of the residential office category, meaning, let me take a step back. I think my biggest passion project on the planning board would be how to incentivize or get people building more workforce housing or solving for that middle. Would the inclusion of this category in any way minimize efforts to do that?
I suppose it could result in fewer residential units if they are building more residential office units.
Well,
I don't
but
think that's going to be.
Not resident, meaning the residence that was going to go on this project, I don't view that as, a true residential project, right? That was going to be one unit in the midst of, 3 floors of office. Talking about more of the, units that could really try and help with the kind of affordability issue on Miami Beach.
I mean, I suppose in other parts of the city outside of this location, if there was a market demand to have residential office, it could result in fewer residential units being developed in some other project, because these do tend to be larger units. And based on our FAR limits, if you have larger residential units, you're going to have an overall smaller number of units. So I suppose that is possible in other parts of the city.
Would, if there's a current office building and they decide to put in a residential unit for the CEO, would they then be entitled to expand, build up or increase the FAR, so do construction on the building to make it even bigger?
If initially that building did not take advantage of that 0.5 FAR, yes.
Well, they wouldn't have, because it was an office
Right,
building.
yeah. We don't have too many of those. Typically, everybody wants to take advantage of their FAR, so they do have a small number of residential units. But yes, that would be possible if they didn't take advantage of that initially.
And does this risk at all putting sort of a workaround to get offices like what I was just discussing, a big office into a residential area where it's expected that there would be residences and hotels, and now you have a whole office, 100 people in an office staff coming in and out of the building,
I would say no, because it's limited to the CD2 district where the use is allowed, and those are all by definition commercial areas.
If we specified that this residential office category could only be, the accessory use, right? It's would have to be the add-on. Wouldn't that mitigate the potential effects it has on kind of additional workforce housing throughout the city? So it'd be created as a category solely for.
So
let's
a
call it
limit
accessory
that
use.
no more than half the units could be residential office or something to that effect, or?
No, I would say it has to be, I guess, no more than, sorry?
No, go ahead.
So, no more than whatever is 25% or.
So the residential office component can't be more than 25% of the building, I suppose.
Right, because right now it's the minimum. It could go up to 75.
I don't want to set the minimum as much as I want to set the maximum.
I don't know if there's a demand to have more of this. So I don't know project specifics, what they're looking to accomplish here. But certainly that could be done to minimize
I mean, because for this specific project, it seems like there was a nuance in the code where they got something approved, the use was approved, came before us, came before everyone, and there's a technicality in the language and now has to be cleaned up. So that's kind of, I think, one thing that we should look to resolve. But at least me, I don't want to put something out there that's now going to set a precedent going forward that'll have other kind of harmful impacts. So I don't know if we could think of a way to make sure that this is kind of the maximum. I think I'd be more open to it. But I'll defer to you as to how we would structure that.
What if we just put a sunset clause in here so that there was a time limitation by which new projects could be developed based on this?
That's certainly a recommendation that you can make. That's something that's been done.
But even if we did the sunset provision, wouldn't that still set this as a kind of minimum floor and not maximum?
Yes.
It would, but it would limit the number of people racing to go do one of these things.
What's your response to Mr. Cement's thoughts of capping the percentage of residential?
So, Mr. Cement, you're saying that in a single building that the, what? I try to be so respectful.
Yeah.
That
It's offensive.
the amount of residential office square footage, I call all of you mister, by the way, I'll have you know.
Well, you can do it for everyone else, okay?
Please don't call me mister.
I won't call you mister. That'd be 25%, which matches the mixed-use building definition. You're saying it should not exceed that?
Correct.
Okay. I mean, Tracy.
I assume that's fine. With respect to the residential office, where I think it should be clear is your goal, if I understand correctly, is to encourage more units. So if you limit the number of units that could be part of that mixed-use building, then arguably you're limiting the number of potential, any income level unit that could be in that building. So if I'm understanding, you're saying only residential office would have a limitation of 25% of the building area?
Correct.
I mean, I think that's okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
No.
Go ahead.
I guess my issue with it is sort of what we're seeing as sort of everybody's plans here is to have basically an office building with a residence with the benefit of the 0.5 increase. And I mean, for these very few wealthy people, where the whole purpose of this increase was to put residences to help alleviate the housing issues. And this is sort of a workaround to get the benefit of the 0.5. And I think there's a way to work through this. I understand with this one project where it was sort of understood that it would be okay, that I'm sympathetic toward. But I guess I have a problem. I also fear for future renovations, some buildings wanting, deciding to switch, to give it the top floor or the bottom floor as a residence. Next thing you know, they want to do construction to increase the height of the building to get the benefit of this 0.5 FAR increase. And so I would like to see some way to incentivize workforce housing in this concept. I think, to me, it only benefits these few, very wealthy people who are taking a big unit in a building and having, several floors of offices there. That's not the spirit of the original FAR increase, I think.
Yeah, I think, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what we're trying to solve for is, people coming in saying, hey, I'm going to be really creative. I'm going to do a mixed-use building. I'm going to build a kitchen. I'm going to build a bedroom. And then the rest is going to be office. So at least me, again, I'm sympathetic to this specific project of 1840 where there was, again, gray area, but trying to solve for the overall picture going forward.
I understand your all's concerns, and I think that everything here is good intention, but there's an economy of scale, I think, that has to be achieved in order to tackle our workforce housing issue. I've talked about it with Ms. Bott on a number of occasions. It's been at the forefront of her mind. on the Land Use Committee agenda in June, staff is going to present to the Land Use Committee different corridors where possibly the FAR could be
Thank you.
increased. And FAR, I know it's a horrible word to say sometimes in our city, but it is the secret sauce. It's what makes, it more conducive to construct workforce housing.
Correct.
Because the cost of land is so exorbitant.
Yep.
So you have to have a counterbalance to that. So I think on a grander scale, you all are thinking in the same direction as the elected officials, wanting to really tackle it. And I think if staff can stick to a schedule, you all could be considering it in July, at your July hearing, where you discuss different corridors that could absorb an FAR increase in order solely for workforce housing. And that's where you would instigate the most change and the most resolution of this issue.
Agreed, but considering how much of an issue it is on the city, I wouldn't want to create additional opportunities for people to get, let's say, cute with the code. So.
And I agree with that. There's no bigger advocate for more residential housing. But for this specific model, workforce housing is so tightly defined by a percentage of AMI. I think basically you'd be running up against a $95,000 or $96,000 income limit. So theoretically, you could have a law office that is looking to take advantage of this. And if they're paying one of their associates $100,000, which, yes, is a very, very nice salary, but they would be priced out of the workforce housing model.
Yeah,
And LA is facing that even with teachers, where they're actually priced above their income levels, don't allow them to qualify for workforce housing. So I love the concept. I don't know if it would be counterproductive to this model.
Yes, I'm not talking about, again, for this specific project. For this specific project, I just don't want to vote on something right now that's going to be kind of broadly utilized across the
Can
city.
I tell you, who is currently the Land Use Sustainability Committee that passed this favorably?
The chair is Commissioner Ricky Ariola, and then it's Commissioner Richardson and Commissioner Dominguez are the two
So that was,
two voting
that's
members.
that's the committee that proposed a favorable
Yes.
ordinance? Okay, just curious. All right,
So,
all right, so
motion?
I make a motion that we recommend an unfavorable to this ordinance.
Okay. Unfavorable recommendation, and do I have a second? No, someone want to make another motion?
I'd like to make a motion that we provide a favorable recommendation for this ordinance amendment with the inclusion of a sunset provision, which I think we can talk about now, what that would look like.
Well, what about also for existing structures? 'Cause I'm worried about all the new construction. Everybody's going to want to expand these buildings, and I know residents feel very strongly about the development issue. And so I guess, Rogelio, can you give us a sense of how many buildings this might apply to, where, office buildings, where if they added, 1,000 square feet of residence, they could increase the height of the building or the size of the building?
So the CD2 district where we primarily have a couple office buildings is Alton Road. I can't think of any in the CD2 districts that are in North Beach, which the one is, there's one on Ocean Terrace, has no office buildings. There's one in North Beach between 65th and 60.
Well, this is for new developments, not existing developments.
Right, but
so
the question-
CD2
He
exists
was
all over.
He was asking about existing developments.
Existing. So really Alton Road, and I want to say there's maybe 3 office buildings on Alton Road that have not taken advantage of that 0.5 FAR incentive.
Because they can't.
They never did. They just built purely commercial buildings, in which case their FAR would have been capped at 1.5.
Right.
So to Jonathan's point, they can't.
Right, unless they add in an apartment, they wouldn't be able to get that extra 0.5.
Right.
So I would just make a friendly amendment to have this apply to new development as opposed to,
You can say buildings that have not obtained a CO already.
okay,
Accepted.
yeah.
All right, so like we always do, let's do the separate motion to pass it on favorably and then a second motion with recommendations.
Okay.
Is that okay with you?
Yeah.
All right, so let's start with that.
So-
Okay, so we have a motion by Mr. Cement.
Oh, yeah, I didn't get a second. Do we get a second?
I'll second.
Joe? Second
Okay,
by Mr.
otherwise I would have
Magazine.
passed the gavel. Okay.
Okay, roll call, Ms. Beatty?
Yes.
Ms. Pot?
Yeah.
Mr. Cement?
Yes.
Ms. Jerem?
No.
Mr. Elias?
Yes.
Mr. Frieden?
Yes.
Mr. Magazine?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, now the second motion,
It's a second motion to include a sunset provision for this modification to the residential office regulations. And it should only be applicable to buildings that, I guess, to new buildings or buildings that have not yet obtained a CO.
Second.
Any
Jonathan?
specifics on that recommendation, or just leave that up to the city commission to determine the sunset provision?
I guess a sunset provision within, I don't know, what's reasonable, a year? Is that?
As long as Mr. Larkin need.
Buildings that have a sunset, well, buildings that have not obtained, I would say that the sunset provision be tied to a land use board approval.
Okay.
And I don't, maybe a year to,
It takes a year to prepare building permit plans and a year to get the building permit. So at a minimum, I think 3 years would be reasonable.
I would, well, maybe
Well,
tie it to just
yeah, maybe we could
buildings
just-
that get land use board approval and not have the building permit as part of.
Because I don't want to leave it open-ended for 3 years, then other people can come in and start applying.
So I would say 2 years for land use board approval, and not tie it to the building permit, because building permits can vary how long.
Yeah, I don't
those
want to
take.
tie it to building permit.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
So 2-year land use board approval.
all right, Jonathan, you seconded that? Okay.
And then for the sunset, I'm sorry, for the limiting the applicability to new developments that have not yet obtained a CO, is that right?
Mhm.
So does that mean somebody
Or-
who has a building permit?
No, but meaning I don't know if we need to have that now that we've tied the sunset provision to.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, actually, no, because then the existing buildings would need, yeah, so I guess it's any building without a CO for its current use.
Buildings without a CO as of today's date. Buildings that don't have a CO as of, whatever, what day is it today? May 22nd.
Okay.
All right, we have a first and a second by Jonathan.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Cement, second by Mr. Frieden. Roll call, Ms. Beatty?
Yes.
Ms. Pot?
Yes.
Mr. Cement?
Yes.
Ms. Jerem?
Yes.
Mr. Elias?
Yes.
Mr. Frieden?
Yes.
Mr. Magazine?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great. Thank you all for your
Thank you,
time.
Michael, thank you, Tracy. Okay, next is Planning Board File 230589, below-grade floor area requirements,
Okay,
page 113.
okay, so this is, just for way of background, this request came about as a result of request by the One Ocean Building. When that building was originally approved, FAR was defined as such where below-grade areas are only calculated as 1/2 of the FAR. That building was originally approved with that FAR.
Tell us what building this is.
One Ocean is a building located between Ocean Drive and Collins Avenue on, between South Point Drive and First Street.
One Ocean, it's condo?
Yeah, primarily condo, and it's got retail on the ground
The
floor.
bottom mixed use, okay. Sorry, go ahead.
So at that time, prior to 2015, any FAR that was partially located below grade would only count as half of the FAR. In 2015, that was amended so that so it only applied to historic structures. So any new construction or any building that is not a historic structure, that below-grade FAR now counts fully as FAR, as opposed to 0.5% of the FAR. So when this building was originally approved, they left FAR on the table. So the proposal herein would basically reintroduce that FAR provision that existed prior to 2015 for Block 1 properties, so that's basically this block of properties, would be able to use that FAR provision that previously existed, where half of the where FAR for floor area that's partially located below grade only counts as half of the floor area.
Instead of full.
Instead of full. The applicant has reached out to us. They have this area to the rear of their existing retail building that they would like to enclose in order to provide better amenities for a proposed tenant that they have moving forward.
And by enclosing it, it becomes
FAR.
FAR, got it.
And,
Okay.
and
So they're really not adding FAR, they're enclosing it.
They're enclosing an area that's currently there. It's you won't see it. It's to the rear of the
Right.
building. And it essentially only applies to this block, because it's block 1 properties.
Okay.
So with that, staff recommends the
But am I
planning board-
correct that technically they're not really adding FAR by enclosing it, it becomes FAR?
Correct.
And then they'd have to get approval for, okay, got it.
And so this FAR provision existed prior to 2001.
Right.
So even though technically it's a change in FAR, it's not an increase to something
Right,
that
why
didn't
was it
exist.
changed after 2001?
The idea was to not encourage below-grade FAR to be developed, given concerns that we face with sea level rise. But where there are some conditions where it's fine, it can be done well, if the building is properly designed.
Got it.
So staff recommends that the planning board transmit the proposal to the city commission with a favorable recommendation.
Gentlemen?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, board member staff, Michael Larkin, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, here today representing the applicant, Robert Ravani. Robert has recently moved here from Los Angeles. He's bought a number of high-end commercial condo units in Miami Beach and in downtown. In Miami Beach, he bought at the base of the Continuum, where Catch Restaurant is coming. Then at the base of Marea, Gaia Restaurant, which you all have approved, as well as Catch, is coming to that. Now he wants to bring Philippe Chow, which is a famous restaurant in New York City, to a commercial condo unit at One Ocean. I know you all are pressed for time, and Robert is on Zoom. He would like to address you all, then I will speed through the presentation. So, Rogelio or Nick, can you identify Robert Ravani as?
His
someone-
hand is raised. Can we allow him to speak?
Yes.
He should be on.
Okay. And Nick,
Robert?
keep on advancing.
Hello, everybody.
Nick, you want to swear him in?
This is a legislative item.
Oh, sorry. Okay, go ahead, sir.
Nick, are you starting? Sorry.
You're good, Robert. We hear you.
Nick, you're starting or you want me to start?
No, you go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, everybody, for taking the time to hear this proposal out. When I purchased this property, we had come into pretty bad history with Nusret taking up that space for close to 5 years and not doing anything with the property. We were able to negotiate to get them to give up their lease. And in doing so, the building was extremely excited about seeing a new restaurant come to the property, which was our plan, but we ran into this issue with having outdoor space in the rear of the property that could have potentially caused major noise issues if you're going to have a 8,000 square foot restaurant at that property. So they came up with an idea and of a plan with us in order to enclose the 2,000 plus square feet in the property to a non-habitable space, to a habitable space in terms of just being a kitchen area. So that is the proposal that we have here in front of you guys today.
Okay, thank you very much, Robert. Let's go to number 9. Okay, glasses always help. Okay, so this is a representation of, if you see the premises, that's where the restaurant seating tables will be. If you look at where it says common element, that's where the back of house will be. That's the 2,000 square feet patio area now that will be converted to our back of house based upon this code amendment. Next slide. As you can see right now, it's an open area where there could be outdoor seating, which would be a nuisance because it's something of an atrium. The noise would rise up to the condo units above. So instead, it's going to become our back of house, which I think is much more palatable to this condominium association. That's why they have lent their support to this legislation. Next slide. These are just varying views. This is way back 2012, the DRB approved this project, and we had 2,000 square feet of surplus floor area at the time associated with this development. Next slide. This is the definition of floor area that existed at the time. Note the underlined portion says 1/2 of the floor area is below grade shall be included in the floor area ratio calculation. So this is harder to read, but I think the cross-hatched area shows that what developers used to do is depress the slab of the ground floor just by a little bit, so it'd be below grade, and then they would take advantage of this 50% calculation. Next slide. 2014, the city chose to amend the definition of floor area to eliminate the partial basement exemption and basically say, if you're going to take advantage of this, then everything has to be below grade. Next slide. And then, but that was seen to harm the historic buildings. If you walk on the side streets between Collins and Ocean, you look down, you see windows basically creeping above the sidewalk, and those are the basement areas, but those basement have ceilings that are above grade. So the City Commission saw fit in 2016 to revisit this definition and amend it for the benefit of the historic buildings. Next slide. So what we're asking for is to reinstate it for this Block 1 property. That's where it was described. It basically is just south of Prime 112 and Prime Hotel. Then it starts, then it wraps around where Taverna Opa used to be, and then it wraps to the south side of Taverna Opa building. So that's this property. Next slide.
And you said the restaurant's Philippe Chow?
Yes.
They were here before, right? Down south of Fifth?
I think they were, yes.
Well, there's a Mr. Chow at the W, but there was a Philippe Chow that was already here once. Well, no, but they were here before.
I think there's a whole sordid history there that I don't want to.
All right. It's a different group.
It's a different group?
I don't want to
air their dirty laundry. But So getting back to the presentation.
Right.
Let's get into the valet.
It was a big old mess, but thank you for bringing it up, Mr. Chairman. So One Ocean has granted a support letter to us, as you signed, by a prominent attorney in town who's a tough guy, so we're not fooling him, and he knows that this will be helpful for his association.
Who is that, by the way?
Kosnitsky, right? Michael Kosnitsky?
Yeah,
Michael Kosnitsky.
Oh, yeah.
He's a good one. He's one of the good
Michael
ones. And so that's One Ocean, and then Sofina also supports this legislation. Next slide.
Yeah, Michael, am I correct that you're really not adding FAR, but by enclosing it is what requires this amendment?
So yes, by enclosing it, it triggers the need for additional floor area.
Right. But in reality, there's not an additional FAR.
No, we have to reinstate this exception the way it existed back then.
Got it. Okay, makes sense.
Next slide.
More of a technicality, it seems like.
Okay, sorry. And that's it. That's next slide. So that's it. We're happy to answer any questions you all might have.
All right, let's see if there's anyone here in the audience to talk? Anybody on Zoom?
We had, just Rob, no hands raised on Zoom.
Nobody? Okay, close the public hearing. Questions?
Yeah, quick question for city staff. I'm fine with this concept. I just want to make sure that there's no unintended consequences. How about for Sunset Harbor, after they did the road raising and some of those retail shops are now actually sitting below the road surface? Would they be considered below grade? And if, in fact, they are, is that something we would have to worry about with some of the First Street resiliency and infrastructure proposals where perhaps this could expand that category?
We don't consider those areas below grade in Sunset Harbor because even though it appears that they are, the sidewalk has two levels. One level is at the previous grade where the entrance of the building was located, so we consider that to be the grade, and so those areas are not considered to be below grade.
The other one is just below that.
Right.
Really below grade? I saw the picture. I didn't notice the patio being below anything.
I think actually what happened was they had areas of the building that were previously considered below grade. So not this patio specifically, but areas of the building that were below grade, and therefore they only counted as half. And now when we count it again, we have to count it as full FAR.
So I don't know what the FAR is in this zone. Let's say it's 2.0. I don't know what it is. So does this extra room increase the FAR
Um,
over to,
It still remains, the FAR number does not change.
Right.
It's-
It technically, yes, only because they're enclosing it, but it doesn't add any more space. Is that what you're asking? I think.
well,
that's
it
what you're asking.
adds an enclosed space. It
Mm-hmm.
adds
Well-
FAR. It does, but, I don't know if that's the issue, really, with me. I mean, I'm happy that this space will be enclosed and that the people next door won't be disturbed. So that's why I'm going to support that. But otherwise, again, it's like twisting the FAR law, which I that I don't like in general, but.
Do you want to move it?
Yeah, Gail.
You have questions?
I thought that was official.
Amazing.
Well played.
I'm sorry, just so that I understand this correctly, by counting the FAR, that below-grade FAR, that allows you to then enclose the space and use it for back-of-house operations.
Correct.
Will it do anything to increase the number of seats that this restaurant will be able to have, or increase the occupancy load when it comes back before us in a couple of months for its CUP?
No, I don't think there's any seating proposed in that area.
No, it would
It's not going to be a neighborhood impact establishment?
No, it will be, but you're asking whether the approval of this code amendment will lead to more seating, and I'm saying no, because this area that we seek to enclose is going to be our back-of-house area.
And if it's not enclosed, it's, on that rendering with the hash marks and whatever, that it looked like there was some outdoor seating there, like a little bit adjacent to the,
South Point and.
like on one corner and on the lower corner, there's some outdoor seating. So is that going to go away? Is there going to be some outdoor seating behind the kitchen somehow? Why is it okay to have outdoor seating, or why is there concern about having outdoor seating there when there was less concern about having
don't-
outdoor seating at the other large restaurant we just discussed?
So.
Go ahead.
So one faces the One Ocean building, so it's like the inside, there's the commercial unit.
Can you
We
put
could
that
pull up
slide
the
back up?
slides, yeah.
Try.
Can we go back to the PowerPoint? There.
Yeah.
So here, you see it here, and you see it well in the photo in the front here as well. That half-moon space is right here, kind of facing back towards the units. So if we were to program seating in this area, it would be like sound blowing back towards the building, whereas these outdoor seating are kind of like
Yeah.
sidewalk cafes that, they're common everywhere. There's not residential units facing the units kind of in an enclosed courtyard where the sound would reverberate.
Will there be any staff from the restaurants hanging out in the back toward the residential units, if that makes sense?
Does, and we will come before you, I think, in July. Is that right, guys?
I think that's correct.
You
Hopefully.
can ask, well, we can, now that I've
July
heard
is
you, we
the
can
CUP.
voluntarily proffer that as a condition.
Working on it.
So that's all right.
So that part isn't a limited common element to CU1 either, so they would be in the common element of the building at that
Right.
point.
Well, those are things we'll address at the CUP
Right.
application. Okay. Anything else, Gail?
I'm not Gail.
I'm sorry, Tanya.
I'm not a mister.
Sorry.
I'm not Gail, though I love it and consider it a compliment. Thank you, Gail. What else am I not today? It makes sense in this context, as I said to Henry Stoller earlier, and as we all discuss all the time, I'm leery of doing something that somebody will use down the road as setting precedent for less ideal circumstances. I don't know how to mitigate that. It feels like, I know it's going back to what we had before, and it just applies to this property, and I know we don't do spot zoning, but it kind of feels like spot zoning, the whole thing doesn't feel great.
So there were a limited number of properties in a settlement agreement between the city of Miami Beach and the developer, the South of Fifth neighbor. I think there were 4 properties subject to this, and there is agreed upon floor area ratio number. So what happened when the definition of floor area changed, that actual number got reduced. And so we thought that it was unfair, but we've been working with staff, but it doesn't really. And we talked about it with a Sofna board, and we said, well, there's 4 properties that were subject to the settlement agreement, and the Sofna board is well, we only care about this property. So you might as well limit the legislation to this property, and that's something we can support. So we felt
And what are the
that
other 3 properties that
think it
might
was-
take this and say, well, you did it for these guys, you need to do it for us?
Apogee,
Apogee, Maria, and
Is there one more?
what was the
Where
third? I
did
think it was the Portofino shops. It wasn't a residential building. It was the commercial Portofino shops.
So
Those were the four properties.
Commercial tract.
The commercial tract of the Portofino shops, right? Those were the four properties.
So the odds of any one of those other three entities coming back and saying, hey, well, you know what, we changed our mind, we want to do,
So definitely not for the shops or Apogee, certainly not for Apogee. For Maria, the commercial condo units were laid out differently. They actually had sufficient depth. You saw that with Gaia. Gaia came in and they had more than enough depth. Here, these are poorly designed commercial spaces. And maybe for retail, but retail will never do well here. So, but they were not designed well for restaurant uses. So that's why we're having to seek this additional enclosure.
okay.
All right, any other discussion or someone want to move? Okay.
Ms. Beatty?
Yep.
Favorable, transmit to the city commission with favorable
recommendation, yep.
Okay, first by Melissa, motion, second.
I'll second it.
Okay, Mr. Cement?
Okay. Roll call, Ms. Beatty?
Yes.
Ms. Bott?
Yes.
Mr. Cement?
Yes.
Ms. Jerem?
Yes.
Mr. Elias?
Yes.
Mr. Frieden?
Yes.
Mr. Magazine?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great.
What item are you all here for?
Congratulations.
The next one? Okay, I was going to put it, make sure we got it covered. And Alfredo, which one are you here for? 11. All right, we'll move that to 10. Okay. Planning Board File 23061, Alton Road Historic Overlay Setback and Pharmacy Requirements.
Okay. So this ordinance is related to a larger proposal that would call for moving the Dade County Health Center across the street to a property located at 710 Alton Road. This whole agreement was approved as part of an FAR item last August, where voters approved increasing the FAR for the property located on between 6th Street and 8th Street and Alton Road in exchange for building a new health center and a library at this property located at 710 Alton Road. So the proposed amendment is specific to the new health center property, and what it does is it modifies the regulations for the Alton Road Historic District Buffer Overlay, which applies to the CD2 district, specific for properties that have government or institutional uses and are located south of 7th Street. And for buildings that have a height limit of 30th Street, it basically removes the front and side setback requirements. Currently, they have a setback requirement of 5 feet. This allows them to go to 0 so that the building can fit within that 30-foot height limit. The other thing it does is it modifies the regulations for controlled substance regulations and uses. So per state law, we have to regulate pharmacies and medical cannabis dispensaries exactly the same. The intent of these regulations are primarily for the purposes of the pharmacy that exists within the Dade County Health Center. The intent is not for medical cannabis, but we have to regulate them the same way per state law. So the regulations for pharmacy have to mirror the regulations for medical cannabis. So what this does, currently, medical cannabis treatment centers and pharmacy stores are prohibited on government use sites. And so the proposal would allow for pharmacies and medical cannabis treatment centers to be operated as an accessory use to a healthcare clinic on property zone GU, provided that the building contains solely government or institutional uses and located south of 7th Street. Current regulations require that pharmacies and medical cannabis treatment centers have a distance separation of 1,200 feet from other same types of uses. This proposal would forego that distance separation requirement if they are operated as an accessory use to a healthcare clinic on properties containing solely government or institutional uses located south of 7th Street. And then those regulations also have a requirement that there be a glass barrier installed around the area holding prescription pharmaceuticals or medical cannabis to secure those areas from the general public. This would remove that glass barrier requirement However, it would require that they provide a security plan with adequate measures demonstrating how the general public will be prevented from accessing those areas. So these are amendments necessary to allow for the health center to be moved. And staff is supportive of the amendment as they are very limited in scope and necessary to accommodate this new facility that is needed by the city. So in view of that, staff recommends that the planning board transmit the ordinance to the city commission with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you, Aurelio.
Good afternoon. I was almost said good morning, which is insane. Graham Penn, Burke, Howardell, Fernandez, Larkin, Tapenis, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. Here representing South Beach Heights 2, which is the owner of 663 Alton, which will be the new location of the county's health center and brand new library. I'm joined this afternoon by Elsa Escobar from Terra Group and Wilson Herrera from Built Form, who's the architect who's been working with the county on the project. This building has already been approved by the HPB, and you're going to see it as an application in July of your own as an institutional use. So as Rogelio noted, these changes that are before you today are necessary for us to prepare the regulations for the county to allow the county to successfully operate the health center in its new location with all the services that it brings to the community now, to carrying over especially that pharmacy use. I can take you through some slides briefly. Okay, this is a view looking east of the new building, which again has already been approved by the HPB. Ground floor, new library. Second floor is the health center. We have an entrance to the health center on the far eastern edge and then of the north facade, and then the library enters in kind of on the west. Orienting you, the new building will be on the east side of Alton, which is incredibly important for the functionality of the property, as opposed to the existing building, which is both collapsing and on the west side of Alton. I don't mean I'm being too facetious with collapsing, but it is in poor condition, and that's part of the genesis of this application. You can see the brand new Canopy Park that we worked on for hours and hours together over several years. So this is a view looking south. You can see the health center entrance will be on the left. The right-hand side there, or those two doors, will be the new library. View east. So talking about the changes, Rogelio noted, and I wanted to raise this for the record before we get farther, we presented this plan and these changes to the Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association. Flamingo Park, Mark Needle, who was here earlier, was a main author of the buffer overlay revisions, or a big driver of it when we did those. Letter of full support, and it was very exciting to hear Mark like something that we were proposing. It was a great change of pace. So basically, as Rogelio noted, as the buffer overlay, this ordinance would zero out the front and side street setbacks if you have a building that's less than 30 feet high or 30 feet or lower. And that, as applied to the county's building, would be the second level. We're pushing the front back, but the second level, in order to accommodate the health center footprint, needs to be at that zero line. So that's why that is needed. And of course, as the pharmacy, right now, the health center provides an accessory pharmacy for its customers. Of course, as you know, the health center serves the low-income residents of the city and of Dade County generally. So it's very important that resource remain, and that's why they've asked us to request these changes to allow the accessory pharmacy to remain. Would allow the pharmacy to exist on a GU lot, because once we hand this over to the county, it will become GU automatically into the terms of your code. So again, that's government property. Also would allow the variance of the distance separation from other pharmacies. As you might remember from that corner, we have Publix is already there, Target is already there. They would otherwise prohibit, without a variance, the accessory use from being there. So in this limited fashion, allow the existence of the pharmacy. And finally, as Rogelio noted, their plan does not allow enough room for this glass barrier wall that's required generally. I'm going to get it done in a minute. This would vary that requirement, but require us, when we come in front of you with the plan, to to show how they have a security plan that otherwise protects them. This is what the front of the pharmacy is proposed to look like. You can see right here is basically where you come up to the counter. There's the main door out. They'll have a sliding door there to protect the pharmaceuticals. So again, necessary to accommodate the use in this location. So that's the end of our presentation. Again, a very exciting project. It's exciting to be bringing this use that will function far better than the existing building here, plus a massive expansion to the library capacity for South Beach. Our team is here for any questions you have of us, but remember, we will be back for you with the project separately. So the project's questions we can deal with at that point. Thank you.
Anyone on Zoom?
We have no hands raised on Zoom.
Anybody else in here? Nope. Okay, close the public hearing. Any questions?
Yes. Start, Graham, I guess we could say, we've had some colorful back and forth over the years related to the entire project here.
Yes,
But
it's been fun.
specific to this, because there's a lot of moving pieces that I think a lot of people are having difficulty understanding. It's recently been brought to the attention of the neighborhood and maybe even caught some commissioners by surprise at the land use about 2 to 3 months ago about a medical marijuana facility at what is now commonly referred to as the taxi stand at 740 Alton Road.
Correct.
This in no way applies to that. This is just this government usage.
Correct. As you note from the text, it is laser focused on an institutional use, on GU land, et cetera. It has nothing to do with any kind of private operation.
And you mentioned the owners you're representing. When this deal actually executes, the ownership of that land will actually revert to the county, so it will be government usage.
Correct. That's why we needed to add the GU provision. So once we build the building, the county will take ownership and operate it. So at that point, under the current deal, we're going to build it, hand it over to the county. It becomes GU the minute that the county owns it under the terms of your code. So that's why we needed that extra change.
Sorry, I just had one question. You explained how it changes the setbacks. Does this proposed ordinance change the parking requirements?
No, there's no parking requirements in this ordinance. However, there is a second reading item that this board reviewed prior to the referendum that modified the parking requirements for the county use. So it's already, basically, it doesn't have to be part of this ordinance because it was already part of a separate ordinance that was necessary prior to the referendum.
Just to clarify, the controlled substances portion of this is a traditional pharmacy?
Correct.
So it's no different from a CVS or Publix pharmacy or any of that stuff?
Correct, and nothing different from what they're doing right now. Because the existing health center has an accessory pharmacy.
Okay, so there's no medical cannabis treatment center? It's just written that way because that's how the code's written?
As Rogelio explained, we're stuck with that because of state law. They have to be the same.
Anything else?
Yeah, I had one more comment to make. I want to make this comment on behalf of the neighborhood, West Avenue, which is the neighborhood where I live. And I've spoken to many of the residents there and the board of the West Ave Neighborhood Association. So right now, we're really only opining, I guess, on the pharmacy for the healthcare center. But really, if you don't get this approved, then the whole project on the east side of Alton Road and the west side of Alton Road goes down the toilet. And I know the city, Eric Carpenter, the assistant city manager, is still negotiating the development agreement, so everything's still up in the air. So that's why I'm going to read my statement. The neighborhood advised me that they do not want a marijuana next to the public park, which is called Canopy Park. During multiple charrettes by the developer that took place 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, only towers and tower apartments and offices was mentioned to the residents and also to the voters that voted on the referendum. Never a medical dispensary, even though that was, kept a secret by the developer. Nor is a medical dispensary mentioned as allowable in this development agreement. Nor is medical dispensary even mentioned in the land swap ballot question of August 23rd, 2022. So when we voted on this as voters, and we approved this by 62%, you guys wrote 77%, but that was wrong. It's the voters approved the FAR increase and this whole thing by 62%. The omission of the marijuana dispensary was obviously intentional. Because of this, the result of the voter referendum seems unfair to the neighborhood, and the whole process seems unfair to the voters. Is the developer willing to remove the medical marijuana dispensary? I'm hoping, Eric Carpenter and the commissioners are listening, and maybe they can use this proposed ordinance as a bargaining chip to improve both projects on both sides of Alton Road by removing the marijuana dispensary next to Canopy Park. Thank you.
Anything else? Someone want to make a motion? Anyone?
I can do it.
Okay.
Yep. In favorable recommendation for this project. Yep. Second.
You have a second? All right, I'll pass the gavel. I'll second it.
I was just going to second it.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Okay. Tanya will second it.
Roll call, Ms. Beatty?
Yes.
Spot?
Yes.
Mr. Cement?
Yes.
Ms. Jerem?
Yes.
Mr. Elias?
Yes.
Ms. Frieden?
Yes.
Mr. Frieden?
Yes.
Mr. Magazine?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
We'll see you soon.
All right, we're going to move number 11 up. Planning Board File 23063, Alton Road Office Height Overlay.
Thank you, sir.
Using the card stuff.
All right.
Who
So,
knows how to wow us?
this one's a hard one to describe, but I'll do my best. File number PB23-0603, Alton Road Office Height Overlay, Transient Use and Overlay Exceptions. So we briefly mentioned this ordinance earlier. So there's some office height incentives for Alton Road, which allow you to develop an office building at 75 feet if you do certain things. 1.5 of the FAR needs to be office or ground floor commercial use. And that extra 0.25 can be residential use, similar to what we were discussing earlier. And in addition, the developer needs to do several other things. They need to affirm for 30 years that none of the residential units can be leased or rented for periods of 30 days, of 60 days, 6 months, and 1 day or less. The ground floor of the building shall consist of active retail, restaurant, personal service, or similar uses. A clear pedestrian path of 10 feet wide be required on all portions abutting the public sidewalk. There are more limited height exceptions that are applicable. Commercial use of any kind be prohibited within outdoor areas above the ground floor, and outdoor mechanical equipment located above the ground floor be fully screened with sound attenuating materials. There is now a proposal for an office building. It came before the planning board previously, or intended to come before the planning board. Did it come to the planning board?
Coming in July.
Coming in July. Sorry, I was on vacation last week, so I'm a little bit.
We'll take an approval.
Yeah. Sorry, next week. They're all running. All the office buildings are running together. The project's going to be coming before the board. The project is hoping to do as much office as possible. And so in order to minimize the need to build new residential units, they would like to unify the site with the adjacent residential building where the Trader Joe's grocery store is located. That building is already there. It's already existing. And already has residential units, many of which are utilized as legal short-term rentals because they are allowed in that district.
Right?
Yes. So what this ordinance would do is it would allow that for unified development sites located between Lincoln Road and 17th Street, that the requirements for this ordinance not be applicable to residential and hotel units that existed prior to January 1st, 2023. So the rest of the project would have to comply with these requirements, but that existing building, in order to allow it to be part of a unified development site with a new development, would not have to comply with the requirements for short-term rental and the other things that are in the code in order for the project to avail itself of the office height incentive. So given the limited scope of this, given that the goal is to have as much Class A office developed as possible, staff is supportive of the application, and staff recommends that the planning board transmit the proposal to the city commission with a favorable recommendation.
Thanks, Rogelio. Alfredo?
Good afternoon. Alfredo Gonzalez from Greenwood Torg on behalf of BH Alton LLC, the owner of what formerly was the Epicure site. I know we're short on time, so I'll make it very quick. What this text amendment would do, if approved, the only change in the project, it won't change the massing, the square footage, the FAR. It will change only how much residential we provide in the new building. With the text amendment, we would put about 11,000 square feet of residential in the new tower. Without the text amendment, we'd be looking at about 40,000. So I can tell you the WAVNA unanimously supported this project and want to see as least amount of residential in this area as possible and want to see as much office. There are about 5 hotels within a block of this area, so there's already a collection of hotels and residential units. And I had to put a small exhibit at the last page that really shows you how the project, really the only difference is how much residential you're going to put in the building with or without the text amendment. And just so you know, the existing building, the Sodner, the Trader Joe's site, the reason it's being exempted because it's an existing building, they never availed themselves of any of the height, so they're not benefiting from the overlay in that sense. So that's why it was limited to the new building. So the new building that's going to come before you in July will 100% comply with all the restrictions and conditions and covenants within the Alton overlay to achieve the height of 75 feet. For that, I'll answer any questions. We get 5 minutes.
Okay. Matt, before you go, anyone on Zoom?
We have no hands raised on Zoom.
Okay. Close the public hearing.
So just specifically, what's option 2 and what's option 3? Meaning what has to happen for, can you just walk?
Yes. Basically, option 2 and 3 is what is available to the developer today without any text amendment. We could build, if they were to build the same exact building that you see in those renderings I circulated, they would be option number 2 because it would be at 75 feet in height. And FAR, total square footage, everything would be the same except there would have to be, since you can only count the residential in that building without the text amendment, you would have about 40,000 square feet of residential.
Why would he ever take option 3?
Well, I just put it, I put all 3 options just so the board would see what they could do today as a matter of right.
Got it, so he wouldn't, okay.
And what the text amendment is providing. And as option 3, there's about 4 hotels within a block, all on 17, that basically followed option 3.
And then, I guess, could you provide some background as to how or why this is happening? Meaning, I guess, the owners of Trader Joe's and Sonder, like, is there, I guess, what enables this to happen?
We would have a unified development site, covering a unit title. This also, one of the reasons this started was in having conversations with WAVNA, they asked if we could do 100% office. But 100% office would mean, the only way we could achieve that is by not having the height, having 1.5, which would then make the project much lower scale, and not viable in this area. This project is also, the architect that is designing this project will be presenting in July, was Lord Norman Foster. So we're trying to bring a true Class A office at the highest levels. And
so, and sorry, just last question. I guess, let's say that this doesn't pass and you have to build residential. How does that, or how would that negatively impact, I guess, the overall project?
Well, in the sense that we really were trying to do as much office as possible because there is a need for true Class A office. The neighborhood also had a desire for as much Class A office and the least amount of residential. So
Well, it would significantly change the project if it doesn't
it
pass.
would. I mean,
Yeah.
we could approve the same massing that you see in
It'd
the
be
renderings.
reversed. You'd have much more residential,
interior,
less
right.
office, right, okay. So the,
Wait, it wouldn't, wait a minute, I can't listen to this because you're wrong.
No, I'm not wrong. You said I'm right already once before an email.
I watched the video when you came to the planning board the first time with this project, and I rewatched the video where you came to the commission with the project. And also, every single presentation was, this was going to be 100% office at 1.5. And that's why the commission gave you the easement of the alley. Now, you're coming back and saying, it's almost like a threat. If you don't give me 2.0 FAR, I'm going to build 40,000 square feet of apartments instead of 10,000 square feet apartments. It doesn't make sense. Your original presentation was 100% office at 1.5 FAR.
All due respect, Gail,
This-
you're mistaken.
No, I watched the
And first
video.
of all,
It's
you should- first of all, you
100%
should
don't
disclose-
speak over each
I'm
other,
sorry.
let each other speak. Go ahead, respond, Alfredo.
I guess, first of all, you should disclose all our meetings, all our emails, or communications on this exact text amendment. And when WAVNA requested that you meet with all of us.
Right.
So I guess that should be your
Okay,
first
so I
step.
did have many, many emails going back and forth with questions on this project, with the applicant, with the attorneys, and I met with the neighborhood association, 2 members of the neighborhood association, with the applicant.
And I will clarify that I vehemently disagree. I respect Board Member Durham and her point of view. She's wrong, and
So you presented to us,
I'm not going to go back and go back and forth with
no,
you.
I'm just telling you
We've
what's
been
so.
doing this now for like 4 months.
And
You have a
also-
bias on this project, and I am sorry that you don't like this project for whatever
Because
reason.
I need, an
The
honest.
last email you provided to me was you met with Tom Mooney, and I could give you a copy of your own email, and said, I reviewed all the FAR, how it works, Alfredo is right. So that was the last communication we had. If you now have changed your position again, I respect, I don't know what else to say.
You are correct that 25% of the FAR has to be apartments. We just went over this with the other item. Has to be apartments in order to get the bonus FAR. Yes, you are correct. I agree. That's the way it is.
I'm just trying to understand, Gail, where do you think you were misled? Because I want to make sure if that's true.
Okay, so I will repeat it. During this applicant's presentation, to us, it was like last year, and also to the commission, when they asked for the easement of the alley, it was approved based on it would be 100% office at 1.5 FAR. So people thought, okay, and they're getting a height increase because it's 100% office. Now, they're coming back with a different project that is using an easement of an apartment hotel next door. And
Oh,
So where is she wrong, Alfredo? Just educate us.
Okay, all due respect, this was
Did you-
always a mixed-use project. This project, back when we were before you last year for an alley vacation, separate application, this is the text amendment, when we were before the alley vacation, the main use of this building was and continues to be an office. Now, the Alton Road overlay was created for office buildings to allow that extra height, because in order to get a Class A office, you need that higher floor-to-ceiling ratio. That's the whole purpose of the Alton Road overlay. So we've always been availing ourselves of that overlay. The only change we came about was when we started our design after the alley vacation and putting the design team together after the alley vacation, the discussion was how much, the 25%, to meet the 25%, you had to put 40,000 square feet of residential. And when we got pushback from the neighborhood, and especially from WAVNA, and also looking at the dynamics of the project, we were able to come up with this other formula where we unify the site. They have The
This
Sodner
was to
site,
satisfy WAVNA?
yes. It's
Okay,
at-
and
they
they're in
unanimously
support of
it.
the current
The current
ratio?
The current ratio, they support this text amendment.
And Gail, were you at that meeting?
No, I did
All
not
right,
go
do you
to
have any
that.
reason to believe WAVNA is not in support?
If I could, Alfredo, because I.
Hold on, I
oh,
just want to get through, I want to make sure Gail's concerns are
I
addressed.
asked them to send me their support letter, and, okay.
No,
Okay,
because
so
I
I'm-
know how much you care about that organization
Right.
with good reason, and I want to make sure that,
It's a very confusing ordinance. I don't expect the average layperson to understand it. The applicant told the neighborhood that they're not going to have short-term rentals. But, there's already an ordinance that they cannot have short-term rentals because they're taking the height increase. So they're not giving anything that's not already in the law. They're also saying they're going to give a clear pedestrian pass, 10 feet wide, but they already have to do that because it's in the law. They're saying they're not going to have a commercial bar on the roof, but they're already not allowed to have a commercial bar on the roof. So I think they trick people into, supporting projects based on offering things that are already in the law. And I'll just say one more thing. This sets a terrible precedent. It might look like it's spot zoning, it's only going to go on here. But if you can use the easement of an existing building, that hotel next door has been there for 10 years, to get extra height or get extra FAR or to get a use that otherwise isn't allowed, then it's going to happen all over the city. I mean, this is, I think it's a very bad ordinance.
Can I, Alfredo, just breaking this down, I followed this closely. Tell me where I'm mistaken if I am. The Alton Road office overlay was done to provide office incentive for Class A office space. To obtain that FAR bonus, you needed to have a mixed-use project primarily of Class A office space and also a smaller component, I think 15 or 20%.
25%.
25% of residential. You are essentially trying to avail this incentive, but instead of adding new residential, you're saying, okay, we're combining these property sites and we're taking the existing hotel usage and essentially replacing that with the residential.
Correct, because under the CD2 zoning district, and we have to leave, on the CD2 zoning district, there's no restriction about short term, so you could count hotel. That's why this kind of creates this nuance that we were trying to deal with the text amendment. And I will let you know that this idea of a common in lieu unifying sites that may be owned by different parties, it is not unique to this site. There are numerous of those that you've seen, this board has seen over the years and exist in the city. So it's not unique.
Yeah, so I hate mixing hotel usages in residential areas. I would never approve something new, but given that this is existing, begrudgingly, I would do so. I'm not in the business of telling other people what to do with their money, but if that is existing hotels, we've just had long conversations about the attractiveness of residential and office. How cool would it be if those existing hotel rooms were converted into residential? Not my money to do so, but I think that would be really cool for the neighborhood.
Alfredo, this letter from WAVNA, it was a month ago. Has anything changed since this
No,
letter?
and
Nothing?
then, unfortunately, Tim was out of town, so I didn't get another one. But every time we run to the board, I met with the actual WAVNA board at one point. They unanimously supported the project, the concept of the project, and the text amendment. They've sent several emails at land use and at different levels when it went to first reading as well. Well, not first reading, probably to referral. And in addition to that, we made a presentation to the WAVNA general membership. And the overall project that's coming in July
there
to
for
you.
that.
And we only got positive feedback from the project itself. I know the project will be back in July with all the details of where the residential, where the uses.
That'll come before us?
Yes, because it will require CUP because it's about 151,000 square feet, so it exceeds the 50,000 gross.
All right, we're going to be kicked out of here in 5 minutes. I want to make sure everyone gets heard. Anyone there? Jonathan? You feel? Any questions, comments? No? Melissa? Okay, does anyone want to make a motion?
I make a motion of unfavorable recommendation.
Okay, do I have a second? Okay, there's not a second. Does anyone want to move it favorably?
So moved.
Jonathan moved it favorably. Can I have a second? Okay.
Roll call, Ms. Beatty? Spot? Mr. Clement?
Yes.
Ms. Jerem?
No.
Mr. Elias?
Yes.
Mr. Frieden?
Yes.
Mr. Magazine?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Staff, we're going to have to move, it's funny because it's about discussion items, but we'll move the discussion item and the ordinance about more notice for discussion items to the next meeting.
So that'll be, the next meeting is June 27th.
Thank you. I'll sorry to rush today. I just wanted to make sure we got through as much as we could. So, thank you,
Well
everyone.
done.